The whole world loves getting alien balled. The whole world loves getting alien balls. Would you like some balls in your mouth from aliens? Here you go, have a Graham Plattner ball in your mouth. What up, boys? How's it going? The Dems effed up and should have identified a better candidate. The Dems always F up. Yeah, Limpin' Lady, you know what? It's so funny. It's like the Dems always fuck up. So much to the point where you're like, are they doing this on purpose? Are they fucking this up on purpose? It almost feels like that. Which is what we've been screaming for a couple years now. I don't know. I'm just sick of always being right. It's not funny. It's not even fun because it's not even a fun reason. It's a very disgusting, disturbing reason. It sounds like he raped someone. So, I mean, dude, he's a mercenary for Blackwater. Of course he did. What have we been saying? I mean, dude, he's a guy with a Totenkopf Nazi tattoo on his chest. Of course he did. What? What? The Dems are just Republicans pretending to be their own opposition. Truly. Except some of them are so fucking sick in the head, I think some of them actually believe it. But no, I mean, their main job is to do what? False opposition. The false opposition isn't the right. The right is where we're going. The false opposition is the left. Which, their left is actually far-right conservative freaks just like them. Like, exactly like them. But, I mean, we see why they do this, right? It's because if there was a real person here, they would smoke everyone, and then they'd be like, oh, guys, you know that they're just making you work 5 days a week so that you literally can't think for 5 minutes about how fucked up this whole system is, right? I think we should all use our power, our progressive power that we all are agreeing we like this kind of stuff. I think we should use our progressive power to fuck the economy and stay the fuck home until every demand we want is met. But if you had a real person like that, they would actually make us do that shit. Or not even make us do. They would inspire us to do something, right? So what if we just always had a bunch of no-dick fucking freak mercenary bitches who get Nazi tattoos and then cover them up? What if we had those people be the ones in charge? Those people whose daddies were lawyers. Their dads were lawyers and they went to fucking private school and then became lobster fishermen after their mom bought them a lobster fisherman company. You know? I don't know. It's just feeling like the game is always rigged against us because we're super powerful and they're really scared of us realizing that. Because apparently all it takes is one fucking person. They literally won't even let us have one fucking person that's real, guys. What does that say? What does that say? It says one person can be incredibly powerful by using their fucking voice. So they always got to have cucked fucking right, conservative-leaning liberal fucks who, once they can get in office, they can change what they are anyway. Remember fucking Joe Manchin? Remember Joe Manchin's bitch ass? Wasn't he a Democrat? He was a Democrat doing whatever the fuck he wanted for Trump. Remember? Then John Fetterman? He was a fucking cuck too. You got Joe Manchin, John Fetterman. They can just switch and do whatever the fuck they want. And then they want us to vote for a mercenary with a Totenkopf? I mean, dude, it really does feel like they don't want the people to win ever, including the Democrats. It's so weird, man. Elle Woods for president. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, they only back people who they can leverage blackmail against, so all of them have skeletons in their closet. He's just a little oyster boy from the backwoods of Massachusetts. Or no, where is he from? Oh, he's a Mainer. He goes, I'm a Mainer. My name's Maynard Ferguson. Maynard Keegan. Yeah, your voice is a weapon. Do with it what you can. But seriously, man, like, we literally can't have one person ever. That truly means that one person could change the fucking tides. Like, we just all need to be screaming all the time. I mean, this shit is so fucking... Like, dude, we don't have any... We have no... We're always going to be right because it's just the way the system is. I mean, even these three goofballs that were all Mamdani people, even the two that aren't fucking Brad Lander, the fucking self-admitted Zionist, those two Congress people that are, and they haven't even won. It was just a primary. Like, they're fake as fuck too. It's all fake. Yeah, this was totally predictable. It's so predictable, we predicted it. This dude's been a cuck. How embarrassing. I mean, look at this guy. Who would look at this guy and be like, yeah, let's get him in? Who is this guy? A mercenary, a Blackwater mercenary that all these dumb fucking libs and all these dumb progressives fell for. Yeah, where the fuck is Nancy? Now Graham Plattner, hey, mercenary Graham, if you find Nancy Guthrie, we'll forgive you. Well, no, we won't forgive you, but dude, I mean, this is why this shit's important. This is why someone who gets a fucking Nazi tattoo is not someone who should ever be running. No person who would ever go into a tattoo shop and get a fucking death skull without going, hey, let me Google this and make sure it's not a Nazi thing real quick. That person doesn't think. He doesn't think, right? So why would he think about real life things? He put ink on him that is a Nazi tattoo. That right there says exactly who this person is. He doesn't have a brain. And we've been saying, dude, John Fetterman literally doesn't have a brain. It stroked out of his head. Isn't that hilarious? His brain knew that he was a fucking lying Zionist, and it noped the fuck out of his body before he got elected. Like, right before. Right? Or was it right after or right before? I forget. Did we elect a brain dead person, or did he become brain dead right after he was elected? I don't remember the order. It was right around there. Either way, both options, terrible. Yeah, and exactly. And that's just the best scenarios that he didn't think it through. Dude, who goes... I'm sorry. Who's going and getting inked up without looking at what you're getting? What are we talking about? And bro, he was in fucking Blackwater and shit when it was like 2011, 2012. Everything he did was after 9/11, so Google existed. BB hit Fetterman with the stroke Zuko while he was running. He was a known racist before that. Which one? Fetterman? Yeah, he stroked out right before. That's so funny. He switched him out right after. No, he claims, I mean, it isn't a swastika tattoo. It's the Nazi death skull that's on all their fucking helmet or their hats. So you would literally have never seen a Nazi movie ever, which, like, you think Graham Plattner hasn't seen a movie about the Nazis? I mean, I've seen enough Nazi movies to know that if you're getting a random skull, you should make sure it's not a Nazi tattoo. Not a Nazi skull, right? I mean, you think about this shit for 5 seconds, none of it makes sense. So, of course, this person raped someone. This dude's a fucking hog, bro. But anyway. Alright. I'm actually going to go feed the cats real quick. and we'll be right back. And we'll talk about all this shit for real. Welcome, boys.
Get in the fucking show. Here we freaking go. Oh my god, do you want to see the birds? If you don't, now you do. There you go.
Soul from a face without giving
sources away.
Bored of the basics, sick of Freemasons covering four bases. Forced to love it, so of course I hate it. Force of nature left my corpse on the pavement. Good form, even formal with floral arrangements. Hold up, I'm still chained to the floor of my basement. Killer's my safe word. I was born yesterday into a world that's ancient. Whoever most abrasive is taking the cake. They make you behave and say praise for their bracelet. Word to the ankle monitor, I barely made it 7 whole days with ego in chains, a slave to being celebrated. Of course I'll never make it. I'm a force that's delegated, more safe in a world full of strangers. Now I'll be a good boy after being warned and regulated. Even if the blade is jagged, you better get it straight and better never face it. Kill time bombs when it's minutes away. Taste how the minute made. There is no getaway when every day we left to just dig a grave. It's like center stage is a cage that we just can't escape. When will I break? How am I still awake when they'll do anything to fill a face with pillowcase? Terrorism or heroism when we start murdering billionaires that build the burgers, turn politicians into some build-a-bears. Since Theodore's presidency, they've been all sleeping with Teddy. It's deadly until the American dream is just Freddy. A cheap way to pretend they're eating your head is reheating spaghetti. They all in bed with the horse, but me, I still sleep with machetes. Ain't no keeping it friendly in a feeding frenzy. I'm eating everything after the stomach's been feeling empty. It's in our nature to besiege the enemy. Y'all looking like 100 curves to a sports car. Got me hugging curves like a sports bra. Black hole on a world tour till it's tore off. They fight wars for gold stars and sure shots. The war is on as soon as you hear the Fort Knox. Billionaires don't share the same issues. We cry tears in their brain tissues. Wait, let me share my pain with you. Opening scene of Final Destination 2. Log truck about the lane switch you. Holy water in the super soaker. Spray and pray until the spray missed you. Pros at grilling chicken. Let's fill the air with pain. Artist that thinks of a million things to paint. Every time a billionaire complains, but still I wear the shame. Mandela effect. Berenstein bear the blame. You have to have something here to compare to change.
Sacred spores, spinning stories sent from stellar skies. Sun speaking sermons, see the signals behind our closed eyes. Silhouettes of serpents, circle secrets in the stone. I'm sifting through the sands of time to set the spirit back to home. I'm sitting here doom scrolling, satellites surveilling sacred scenes. Step inside the stream, see the soul between the screens. Stillness in the syntax revealing the symmetry and signs. Synesthesia sparkling, systems stored beyond the mind. How design. Seeker saga spiraling, something is set to shift. The shadow self surfacing, surfing to find the solar gift. Symbols sing in silence, scribed in statue, sky and skin. Admire your sovereign self, standing where the storm used to spin. We're scripting sacred sciences and summoning the source. Your soul's a simulation set to steer the spiral's course. Fuck all this alliteration, I sound like a soothsaying horse, speaking parcel tongue to idiots, selling snake oil to snuff the hordes. Here, drink this, it'll make you super brave and help you hide your pain. Just a little meth pick me up to soothe Marco's drug addled brain. The kids aren't alright and your job's to keep it that way. And if you're a good little boy, we'll make sure to hit the fucking vein. What's at stake besides Trump stakes? I'm taking tickets and bouncing nitwits. I'm itching to give the Lizzie some stones and some fucking stitches, bitch. I see the apple sitting at the end of the Garden of Eden. It's our consciousness as one while we just sit and breathe in. Woo. I need to catch my breath. Hold on. We back at it, boys. Don't give them a moment's rest to catch their breath. We cracking heads like ice and keeping our boots on their necks. Hey, Kathy. Hey, Paul. Do I have your attention now? McVeigh's in Plato's cave with Elvis reading Goodnight Moon out loud. Maybe to his clone or nephew, Tyler Hansen, the fittest fed earther. Or maybe Kathy's grandkid, Colton, could be the same fucking person. But what do I know? I'm just a conspiracy theorist, as you'd say. But why does it feel like you want to cover up the connection between your friend Paul White Wysopal and Timothy McVeigh, Kathy.
Huh? Why you always running offense for Paul Wysopal, girl? We gotta know.
Yeah, the birds are
As
suspicious
a
of me, dude.
grandmother of 2 murdered children, you're really
They don't
doing a lot
like
of work
when I
to
sit by the
McVeigh.
window. They're
You
very
always
sus.
say that you saw
As soon as I leave, they flock over.
Feels like you might have seen American democracy die.
What up, what up?
So, anyway. Are you an Eastern Star? We gotta know that too.
Come on.
Because, you know, they're connected to the Freemasons and stuff. That would make a whole lot of sense. All right, but
Come
what
on,
do I
Savannah.
know? This is just a little bit of locker room talk.
Goodbye.
Bye.
What up, what up, what up? How we doing? How's everybody doing? The fuck's going on? Besides literally everything, actually. This Graham Plattner shit, the fucking Charlie Kirky trials going on. Is it actually that Judge Still that's on the Bricks and Minifigs case? But yeah, dude. Wait, there was something else too. I forget. Guess what? They called today and they said, "Hey, we need can you send us some more pictures and videos of Kiddo, and maybe if you want to add to his bio, we're going to add him on Pet Finder." And I said, "Kiddo, pack your fucking bags, boy. Pack your bags. It's time for you to go. You've got your new family." And he said, "What? Where am I going? I gotta go, what, in the hallway?" He says, "I don't like the hallway. I never want to go in hallway. I don't want to go outside again." I said, "Sorry, bud. You gotta go to your new family. You've been adopted." And he said, "By who?" And I said, "Me, bitch." I said, "Call off the hounds. Nobody's taking Kiddo from here." So, it's official. I told them to fuck off. Kiddo is not ever leaving. Yeah, Kiddo boy staying. I'm not going to tell normal people, though. I'm still going to tell people that I have 3 cats and a foster. Is that okay? Cat dad mission failed. Honestly, it sounds like cat dad mission successful yet again. Bro, who has 10 fingies and has failed at fostering 4 times? No, I've failed more than that. Who has failed just 4 times with the 4 cats that he currently has? I got 10 fingers. It's me. Yeah, Kiddo Dome. It's my boy. I asked him if he wanted to be adopted earlier before I told them. And he looked at me and then he rolled over with his big belly sticking up and he did this. So, he picked, not me. I told him to pack up. I said, "Get under the fucking couch. Get your little Afghan that my grandma fucking made for me that I will never use again because it smells like trash, Kiddo." Because up until recently, Squeaks didn't do a good enough job of cleaning him and he's definitely not, he's not a boy who's going to go in the bath anytime soon. If I walk too fast, the boy runs away, but. Yeah, just tell people you have a cats. Yeah. How many cats do you have, Corey? Yeah, I have cats. Yeah, how many? Yeah, I do have cats. I agree. I love cats. Yeah, but how many do you have? Cats. I have 8 cats for sure. 8 cats? No, I'm not crazy. I said 8 cats. I have some cats, a couple. I have a couple cats. But yeah, so what am I gonna do? Make this guy go fucking learn someone else's under the couch for another month and then not have Squeaks to groom him and Winky to bonk with and Mushka to chase him around? He loves that Mushka chases him around. She doesn't even do it mean anymore, really. He doesn't even really care. He just kind of stands his ground. He's like, I'm bigger than you. Yeah, I got a couple few cats. What's the big deal? Arrest me. Call the FBI. A scratch of cats. Dude, that is what they should be called. A pack of cats should be called Scratch of Cats. I did tell the adoption people, I said when I fostered Kiddo, I said no matter what I say, when you come to take him, do not let me foster fail. I did say that out loud to them. And actually, no, it's in text too, so. But if anyone comes for Kiddo, it's over. I'm gonna slingshot him to death. I have no cats, and that's not enough cats. No, truly. Careful what you say out loud, though. Careful how you wield that intention. The cat distro system is always listening. So wait, someone just whispered they want a cat quietly to themselves? Cats. Yeah, Kiddo Cat. Kiddo Cat has a family. Came off the street, boys. I just adopted my third blue heeler. Dude, blue heelers are awesome. But yeah, I would. So it doesn't matter what I said in the past. What I'm saying today is if you touch Kiddo, I'm coming for you. It doesn't matter if I said you pry him out of my cold dead. I was like, literally kill me and then take the cat and put him up for adoption. Do not let me keep him. I'm really bad at fostering. I have a bad, it's hard for me to separate my emotions for cats. I could probably foster a dog. Not that I don't love dogs, but the reality of having a dog is a lot different than having a million cats. Especially when one is so well behaved, he literally never goes in the hallway. He doesn't even want to look in the hallway because he's like, no, that's where the outside is. I'm an inside boy. He says, I have a couch. I have a coffee table that I love lounging under. I've got catnip in here. I've got my dad. Kiddo's not going anywhere. Squeaks, though? Squeaks better watch himself. No, if I get rid of Squeaks, the whole compound will fall apart because no one will be clean again. No, that's not true. The other ones lick themselves, just only Squeaks licks everyone else. Squeaks is gonna need a little TLC though. I'm gonna have to take him to the spa or something or maybe get his throat vacuumed out and get all that hair out. Now he's got to take care of 3 cats, including himself. Poor buddy. He's always like, he'd be doing too much grooming. Your ex took your kitten? Dude. Breaking up is hard enough. Whoa. Say you have nothing, but I called your bluff. You got my sweater, my hat. I can't find my cat. The hardest part of breaking up is getting back your stuff. It's true, dude. Maybe take a little break from fostering. Yeah, I can't foster. Well, this is usually what happens is I foster and then I acquire a new cat and then I go, I can't foster anymore. I got 4 cats. No, I mean, the stars really align for Kiddo. It's more No, I would wind up with 5 cats. I can't foster. I was trying to talk myself into it. I mean, I could if someone made me put him up for adoption. Like, I know he'd be happy. He would acclimate. He doesn't need me. But I love him. Sorry. Dude, I wish that I could be strong like Isabel. You know Isabel Klee on TikTok? She fosters all the dogs. Anyway. Alright, before we get into Plattner shit, let's run down some fucking Tableronis. Get yourself a Toblerone, crack it open. Let's go. Let's see what Ty's talking about.
Ask boomer segregationists did not raise their kids, quite literally, to replace a hood with a full face mask. The optics of that are terrible, right? I mean, the metaphors are perfect, right? And so you have white supremacists hiding in...
Dude, I didn't see that angle of the... I saw the angle of the guy flying in and then him just disappearing. I didn't see him falling through a tent. Good thing he had a helmet on.
An African-American history museum forced to face the history that they say doesn't exist, while these other inbred kids are walking around going to cheerleading practice, practicing chants for the largest grinder meetup since the Republican convention, right? And so racism has never looked so gay. They're in a massive identity crisis, and I absolutely love that for them. And so on top of that, if you're wondering why there were no...
Guys, Patriot Front is not gay. Why would they say that's gay?
No cops to
hanging out with your boys, masked up, playing grab ass with your boys. No women around. They want to say this is gay.
Literally arrest them. And they were all there to arrest the one guy holding up a sign peacefully. It's because all the cops were gay and marching with them. Never before have so many races been so obviously gay, but you can't be a gay Republican yet, right? And so when you can, white sex rights are going to come before black civil rights on that side as well. My only point is, under the constraints of human evolution and common decency, it's clear they're in a transition period. They're having an identity crisis. They're all closeted, walking around, and they don't want to fuck each other. My only point is that I respect the ones that can show us their face a lot.
Yeah, this little short king who shows his face all the time, this is the gayest one out of all of them.
More than the ones that are smart.
The Patriot Front. Oh. They're just being bros, bro.
Enough to know they should shut the fuck up, because at least we know who to shoot. Why can't they just be gay? White people could just be gay and not hide behind fascist symbolism like Mussolini's flag or the Confederate flag, two sides that lost very easily and very embarrassingly historically, proving that they did.
You Patriot Fronts, you know we would accept you, right? It's just you guys that don't accept you. You got to change yourself. Change from within.
Not read history. I need to see their faces, not so that I can recommend them light reading, but so that we could hunt them down and do what they couldn't do to the Nazis and the Confederate soldiers. Every Confederate general was pardoned. That's why we're in this fucking mess we're in today, right? Black Panthers didn't wear masks. They were fighting racists. They were allowed to be themselves, so they didn't march like this. Racist Christians, Zionists, Nazis, whatever, they're not going to wait until we make them, and their convictions are really weak, and they're stupid people, so they always hide when you start killing them. And so essentially, these two showed us their faces. This one's going to Argentina. We almost have to hurry, right? He's going to where all the Nazis are stationed. This one's at the home of where white supremacy always was. It was at a house that was built by slaves and was just called white. Another perfect metaphor for how
Dude, Ty's videos, he has so much in them.
this fucking
They're so good.
country is. Okay, have a good day. He's anti-COVID, no mask.
I love him getting in his car to scream too. These are hilarious. Your phone is still fucked? My power went out, and then right after I hooked up the Wi-Fi to a battery pack and borrowed my mom's iPad to watch stream. I'm sitting on YouTube, and the second your stream started, my power came back on. Woohoo. Okay, signing out of chat, but we'll still be watching. Fuck yeah. Glad you're here eternally. Weird how all the nationalist movements are Zio. I know, dude, isn't it? It's so weird how, like, everything that we look up to is Zionist, or that like we take cues from, right? Like, dude, what are the chances that like literally everyone who is a politician and does music and is in the media and fucking does sports, they are all Zionists? I mean, it's such a small pot. Like, how many people are Zionists, right? It can't be a billion, but it feels like it's quite a few billion. Because statistically, just the odds, right, of everyone being a Zionist, it would be insane unless, like, everyone was a Zionist. Or, now this is crazy, what if it was a conspiracy to get everyone that you do take your social cues from to be Zionist so that then you become a Zionist? Is our culture naturally occurring, or is it farmed out and pumped in front of us? Ooh, chicken or the egg, bro? It's almost like it's their whole thing.
Boomer
Oh, this is where I got the title for the stream from. Dude, Allie's on a fucking tear, bro. They be making stuff with dead shit, dog. That's what it's all about. All right, here we go. The world is alive.
Pick up a stone and put it on the table and leave it there for a week. When you come back, what's happened? Nothing. Stone has done nothing. It has not grown. It has not healed. It has.
Oh. Also, I want to say, right now it is 65 degrees. 2 days ago, it was 104 degrees. Just saying that. Just putting it out there. Very weird. It's weird this cold front came in with all the clouds that came out of the ass of planes. And before that, during that heat wave, there was no planes dropping chemtrails for like 3-4 days. I don't know. These are just the things I notice.
Has not organized itself into something else. Now cut your finger and come back in a week. Your hand has already knitted itself back together and you might only have some vague scar tissue left. Your body detected the damage, routed resources
from the ADL. When United States police officers train with the IDF in Israel, they come back as Zionists. Scary. They say, hey, you ever just wanted to shoot kids? And the cops are like, yeah. And they're like, if you say you're a Zionist, you can kill all of the black kids you ever wanted. And they go, all of them? I can kill as many black kids as I want, willy-nilly? They said, yeah, we'll protect the fuck out of you as long as you say Israel rules. And you gotta fuck a kid and we're gonna film it, but besides that, yeah, you do whatever you want.
to the site, grew new tissue and closed the wound before you even thought about it. You did not have to decide to do this. Your body.
McNarcy, you feeling different with Cernoff? I'm feeling the impending vibage coming up. It's got, dude, we can only go down for so long. So hopefully it's part of that. Winks. Booga. Look at that little one-eyed queen. Is she perfect or what, bro? Winkletron, you never come visit your pop. Hey, what do you think about Kiddo Cat? You like him? What do you think about Kiddo? She says, yeah, I like head bonking him. He's a good bonking brother. Dude, she's perfect. Technically well, no, that's not true. Technically, it wasn't a super foster fail with Winky, because technically, she was sold to me as only going to live 6 months. So it was a fospice situation. Foster plus hospice. Duskpins is going off, bro. Is that it? H07, bro. That's what I'm talking about. All right, thanks for your contributions. But anyway, she was a fospice, and then I didn't adopt her until after she decided not to die. So she fucked it all up. I was very happy to let Winky die in my arms, but when she chose not to die, it's like, what am I gonna do? Put her on the streets? Give her to someone else to have the best cat ever? No. Oh, bro's on that HH stuff. I guess that was it. Maybe his cat got on his keyboard. We won't judge.
Does it. When you're cold,
well, until he starts doing HH over and over and confirms that that's what he was doing.
your body shivers. When you're hot, your body sweats. None of this is your choice. Your body just does it. It manages itself. It is responding, working to keep you alive.
Peter Thiel has to think to breathe, that's for sure.
A rock does not respond. It does not organize itself. It does not heal. If you put a rock on the table and you leave it alone, it will stay exactly where it is. Leave a living thing alone and it will either thrive, adapt, or die. But it is always doing something. That groundbreaking observation that living things behave differently from non-living things, it's called vitalism. Vitalism is a word you've probably not heard of. It is not taught in schools. It does not come up on the news. You will not see it in mainstream health conversation.
It reminds me kind of like the ether, a little bit.
You definitely won't see it in chemistry textbooks. This principle is described as a special fluid or spirit that animates living bodies, a pervasive substance or organizing principle that gives life and structure to organisms. This is a basic idea that appeared first in classical philosophy. In plain terms, vitalism
Cats, what are you doing?
is a field of science that once existed that properly studied the fact that you have a life force. Across hundreds of cultures and thousands of years, people kept noticing that a live body acts different to a dead one. And they asked, what is doing that? Different cultures gave this different names. In China, they call it your qi. The word means breath or air. Ancient Chinese doctors said that this moves through the body along set paths. When your qi can flow freely, your body is doing well.
You're fucking naughties, bro.
When it gets stuck or runs out, the body gets sick. Practices like acupuncture, qigong, and tai chi are all built on this idea. In India, the word pran also means life or breath. Ancient Indian texts like the Vedas and the Upanishads describe pran as the force that runs through everything alive. In the body, it moves.
That's the Vedas and the Upanishads are what all of yoga's based on.
Along channels. The whole system of yoga and breathing exercises exists to work with pran, to move it, clear it, build it. In Japan, it's called ki. Same root idea. There is a force that animates a living person, an animal, a tree. This shows up in martial arts, in Zen, and in Shinto. Ki is the old Japanese sense that the natural world is alive and full of this force. Even in ancient Greece, the word was pneuma, again meaning breath or spirit. Greek doctors divided it into three kinds. One made in the liver and carried by the blood, one made in the heart that gave heart and life, and one made in the brain that drove thought, feeling, and movement. These three were the basis of Greek and later Arabic medicine for thousands of years. Every one of these traditions says that the body is not just flesh and bones. You are not just chemistry. The Holy Spirit moves through you, with you, in you, etc. And that is a force that can be strengthened or weakened, freed or blocked, well fed or depleted. That is the core of vitalism. The suppression of vitalism happened in the West between 1828 and 1860, when a small number of chemists from
Isn't that so weird? It's everything going on around the Civil War was so crazy, like the 1850s area, right? Everything be changing around then. I don't know. It's so odd. It's almost like there was like a sort of like a reset or something around that time.
from France and Germany changed the definition of the word organic. Vitalism was never disproven. It was linguistically removed from Western science. And this redefinition was materially useful to specific industries. This suppression is still ongoing. I'm sure there are at least a handful of you who already think this is woo-woo. So let me get to the evidence. In 1827, the Swedish chemist Jöns Jacob Berzelius wrote the first textbook definition of organic.
Like, dude, do we really think that our fucking ancestors... Honestly, I have a little more self-respect for my ancestors than thinking that they're all a bunch of dumbass bitches. Do you think that your ancestors, before capitalism, sat around on a fucking log all day, eating their own shit like a fucking beaver? Or do you think that they spent time figuring out the magic and mysteries of the world? Because I hope it's that. And I'm sorry, I don't think that the entire world of ancient fucking texts and shit, we're all talking about this prana chi fucking vital force shit. It's literally in every culture. And that it's not real. Like, I'm not gonna believe that. What if all these motherfuckers knew about this real shit and they're fucking they're taking it out of our lexicon so we don't know? Like, dude, all this prana stuff, all this magic, this witchcraft, I mean, it's all tied in, right? I think they get rid of this stuff because if you know that everything is like, all living things have consciousness, and they have this vital life force in them that is kind of like a spiritual power, right? Then maybe you start going, oh, maybe my intentions and thoughts affect this spiritual energy that's in everything. Maybe I can affect my reality. But you see why they change it? They don't want us to fucking do that shit. They don't want us to think about that kind of stuff.
Chemistry.
They're fucking cucks, bro. Because then we powerful and they can't become trillionaires. That's really what it's all about. They just want to hoard. And when we know about our vital energy and we have roofs over our head, we are unshakable in standing up for one another. So they gotta they spent hundreds of years cucking the shit out of everything. Also that Elon could be the first trillionaire. And then they can all be billionaires until they get to be the trillionaire. The ether is the force from Star Wars. They fear it, absolutely. Oh, Mushka's here now. What's up, you little worm? Ooh, dude, one of her fucking hairballs, I pet her, and then hair just literally flew around in the room into my fucking mug. Okay, I got most of it. Whatever. All I do is eat cat hair anyway.
Organic chemistry.
Breathe in cat hair. I am cat hair. I'm just a giant one of those, you know when people take all like hair and they, what's it called? Needle felting? I'm just a giant man made out of cat hair that's needle felted together.
He wrote, is the chemistry of plant and animal substances or of the substances formed under the influence of the life force. Life force, in German, Lebenskraft, in the founding sentence of the field. His definition held for the next 33 years, and from 1827 until the 1850s, chemistry was a science that took for granted that living matter was doing something non-living matter was not. And the whole point of the word organic was to name that difference. But today, if you look up organic chemistry, go now, look up organic chemistry, you will not find the words life force anywhere. Organic chemistry is the scientific study of the structure, properties and reactions of organic compounds and materials which are primarily composed of carbon atoms. Today, organic chemistry has been redefined as the chemistry of carbon compounds. In my next video, I will explain to you who changed that name and why, and then what got built on top of that change.
Literal motherfuckers.
Because everything that the American Chemistry Council is defending today was made possible by one textbook written in 1860. The reason it matters so much which definition is in the textbook is because the new definition is what made the industry morally possible. If living things kept their life force in the science, it makes it harder to commit genocide while still calling yourself a neutral practitioner of a technical discipline. If this definition was not changed, these scientists would have had to argue the philosophical on every decision that was made later.
And literally the philosophical, the spiritual, like this is why it's like compartmentalization of everything, right? Like
changing what
she gets into it in the next video
organic
too.
chemistry meant spared them the argument. The world is alive. That is not a mystical position. It is what standard science up until 1850 already knew before it was legislated out of the curriculum. The chemistry that has been sold to us as an objective study of matter is the chemistry that got permission to first treat living matter as if it were inert. This was the permission slip, and it was signed by the French Ministry of Public Instruction in 1886.
1886, that's so close to our favorite year, 1888. What the fuck was going on in dude, from 1850 or 1880 until 1890 is some of the craziest times ever. Everything was happening then. It's like now, kind of.
In 1860, a French chemist named Marcelin Berthelot wrote a book called Chimie organique fondée sur la synthèse, or synthesis-based organic chemistry. His book argued that living matter and non-living matter obeyed the same laws of physics. He believed that the difference between a rock and a leaf was just chemistry. This book solidified the principle that there was no life force, no vital principle, nothing special. The body was just stuff, just chemistry. 26 years later, he became France's Minister for Public Instruction.
And dude, that's literally what they've done with the planet, right? Like, they want us to believe that our bodies are just a random assortment of fucking compounds and carbon that's all mixed up together, that there's nothing special here, that like, you know what I mean? That there's like not an animating life force within us. Because if they talked about that, we would be like, oh wow, so this is kind of amazing that we're here. They want literally everything to be like, no, it's all just a big accident, honestly, and unfortunately nothing's free and you gotta work here. Yeah, it sucks. It just started happening right before you got here. We got grandfathered out of it. We don't have to, but you gotta work. And then we just go, oh man, okay, well, I guess I'll do this for 69 years until I retire, and then I'm going to die 3 months after that. Still in my 69th year. Nice. If I don't die in my 69th year, I'll never die.
That is the person who decides what French children get taught at school.
I will only accept death for that 1 year. My 69th year.
3 years after Berthelot published his book, 3 companies were founded in Germany. Bayer was founded on the 1st of August 1863. Bayer was set up by the textile merchant Frederick Bayer and the dye master Johann Friedrich Westcott. This business was set up with the purpose of industrializing the production of synthetic dye. Synthetic dyes had only been invented in 1856, and Bayer and Westcott spent the entire year of 1862 in a workshop figuring out how to manufacture them at scale. Before Bayer existed, clothes were dyed using plants and insects. For example, to get the color crimson, you would squash cochineal beetles from Mexico. All over the world, people farmed and processed natural dyes. The colour in your clothes came from the earth. Then in 1856, British chemist William Henry Perkins was working with aniline, a compound that can be extracted from coal tar. Instead of the substance he was trying to make, he got a vivid purple powder instead. He applied it to silk and it held, so he patented it and built a factory. Coal tar, to be clear, is industrial waste. Cities in the 1850s were drowning in this stuff.
Everything is just made with industrial waste at this point. All of our food is probably made from industrial waste.
And it had no use. Well, Perkins found one. Within a year, all European chemists were racing to
We're
extract
making roast mashed potatoes and green beans, also homemade sourdough bread. Lucky.
other colours from coal tar with the same
Sounds
principle.
great.
Germany moved faster than anyone. The reason for this is twofold. Firstly, Germany had better funded industry chemistry departments and so more trained chemists, but more so, Germany had a larger
What's more amazing is our bodies are emergent nodes manifested in attunement to a specific band of the energetic carrier wave that collapses the universe into a physical form. Yeah, all the food and medicine is industrial waste. Yeah, dude, the human body, incredible.
industrial gas network, so more coal tar. Bayer and Westcott were already in the dyeing trade. They had been working with natural dyes, but upon hearing of this new invention, they immediately started to workshop it. The 1st of August 1863, the opening of Bayer, marked the moment when they had learned to industrially scale it. By the 1860s,
Yeah, I love that Allie goes after the means of production on what appears to be the most obscure shit, yet all hold so much relevance to the world today. She's so dope. She is, dude. And yeah, it very much, like, she's on a thread right now. She's following a dope thread right now that's getting to the heart of what Zionism is. It's about this. It's about capitalism. It's about resources. It's about literally changing the definition of the natural world to lose our place within it. Literally, like they're like lawyers speaking us out of the fucking woods essentially and making us so disconnected from the earth that we don't even know that we came from it, dude. You know? Cuz this is like, you know, when she was talking about the Dead Sea shit, that she thinks that most of Israel was started because they wanted to take this fucking shit to make acetone. That now they're using so much of it, they're literally taking a meter of the Dead Sea out a year. How long can they do that for before the Dead Sea's gone? Or, you know, until it reaches some like death spiral where it's so toxic that, like, you know what I mean? Because the Dead Sea's like is it the most salty body of water? But like, once it gets so salty, what the fuck happens then? You know, if you just keep taking water out of it, it's going to keep concentrating and shit, getting worse and worse and worse. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, Zionism and shit isn't so much about, like, I don't think it's all it's not to eat children. I think that's like a byproduct of this shit, which is the root of it all, which is the resource extraction, the exploitation. That's the real thing. The fucking, the weird child eating and raping is just there. It's like, it's their bread and circus. This is the real job, though, is this shit. And isn't it so funny? It's literally every step of the way, what they're doing is replacing the natural with the unnatural. They're replacing natural dyes with, this is how it starts, right? They're replacing natural dyes with fucking inorganic carbon bullshit. Like, it can, chemically speaking, this stuff can be the same, but if it's made from something that has life, or made from something that's made from death, the frequencies are different. So it is interesting. They're replacing literally every natural thing with a facade that they're selling back to us. I mean, they're literally replacing our humanity and everything that humans do with apps and Neuralink and blah, 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 right? This is like the thread of the transhumanism shit. Transnaturalism. The robotification of the entire world.
They were producing alicerin entirely synthetically. Alicerin is a red compound that had previously been extracted from the madder root. Once Bayer started to create a synthetic version of this at industrial scale, all of the madder root farmers across France, Turkey and Iran had no way to compete. This is what Bayer was at its beginning, a factory that replaced living dye plants with coal tar chemistry at industrial scale at a price that no farmer could match. Everything else that came from them, from aspirin, pharmaceuticals, pesticides, Monsanto, Agent Orange, that all came later from this same synthetic petrochemical base. Before 1860, the word organic meant something specific. It meant of an organism, something that came out of a living body. Wood was organic, bones were organic, urine was organic. This is Louis Pasteur. You probably have heard of him. His name is on your milk. He argued that when grape juice turns into wine, something is doing the turning. A living thing. Yeast. Wine is what happens when yeast eats sugar and breathes out alcohol. If we time travel back 150 years to a lecture hall in Paris, we will hear two men argue over wine. One of them is Louis Pasteur. The other was Marcelin Berthelot, who was the author of this book that I mentioned. He wrote in that book the claim of Vitalism that vegetable and animal substances were essentially different from those made in a laboratory is no longer tenable. He wrote, there were not two chemistries but one, and chemical reactions in both the inorganic and organic realms depend ultimately on pure mechanical factors. Pasteur believed that the world was full of tiny, tiny, small living things that you could not see, and they were the ones doing the work. Berthelot said there was no work being done. There's only chemical reactions. One of these men was made a saint in French science. The other became the foreign minister of France. In their debate over wine, one of them was very wrong. And we live inside a world where the wrong one wrote the rules of chemistry. Before his book, Organic...
Bro, that never happens. Wait, are you saying the fucking basis of chemistry is built on bullshit? But dude, there's so many... there's a whole industry built on this. Oh, but all these scientists couldn't be a little bit wrong about the basis of their fucking industry, right?
Meant from a body. After his book, organic meant has carbon in it. That's all he changed. One word, one definition. But what does that change do? Life is where organic things come from. Life is the source of your organic chemistry. But if organic only means has carbon in it, then a lump of coal is organic, a bar of soap is organic, a squirt of petrol is organic. Life is not the source of anything. Life is just one arrangement of carbon among many. Berthelot went on to become the Minister for Public Instruction in France. That is the man who decided what French children are taught in school. He took that job 6 weeks after the French Parliament passed the Goblet Law, which
Jesse, we have to cook.
banned religious teachers from public school. Ideas like life originating in the body, being blessed by the Holy Spirit.
Oh, happy 7-Eleven, boys. It's 9/11 somewhere. Smoke up.
They had mostly come through the church. Berthelot's job was to make sure the next generation of French children were taught something else instead. They got taught his definition instead, the one where you don't need yeast to make wine. This does not say cochineal insects now outweigh all animal life. It says plastic does. Fundamentally, one rots and one doesn't. All of the natural chemistry that humans had been doing for millennia decomposed back in...
I'm confused. Why is all of this shit built off of oil byproducts? Right? We're literally saying like the pharmaceutical industries, they're all made off of oil. Is it because of this coal tar shit or whatever the fuck? Like, is Adderall literally being made from oil byproducts? Is it just because like you can take this shit and make it be whatever you want it to be? Like, is it because they're able to do, like, essentially alchemy with whatever the base carbon shit is that they're using? Like, why is it like they make our clothes out of it? They make tires out of it. They make fucking the gas out of it. They apparently make our medicine out of it. Why? It can just be anything. Oil is divine, man. Yeah, hell yeah.
Into the systems it came out of. Coal tar aniline does not rot, neither do its descendants. Azo dyes and phthalocyanine do not rot. Coal is carbon that stopped decomposing 300 million years ago. Everything derived from it inherits those properties. In 1860, a French chemist named Marcelin Berthelot wrote a book called Chimie.
Damn. Oh, you know what? We didn't even look at fucking Midwestern Marks and Chainslayer shit. I think he deleted all of his videos, though, about Midwestern Marks.
The transition back to slavery. Communists and fascists have one thing in common. We fucking hate liberals. After the Soviet Union was illegal, I may not like boom bap old head ass music.
Yeah, his video that he posted about Eddie is gone. It's just this message that he was like, I'm quitting content creation because of this shit. He said, I'm not making content anymore. I know this is content, but just letting y'all know I'm gonna drop the kamikaze tape. The kamikaze tape. And finish any other projects I was working on. This is so stupid, dude. He just because he got into a fight with fucking Eddie Liger, he was like, he literally rightfully was like the Eddie's fucking dumbass American Communist Party bullshit. He was like, these are a bunch of fucking Nazis, bro. And they are. Wait, what's Eddie's? What is Eddie's fucking stupid?
All right, today we're at the Praxis Submission Fighting Gym.
What is Eddie's normal fucking account called? It's not Eddie Liger. I forget. Yeah, I mean, I guess it, like, Chainslayer can do whatever he wants. I'm gonna miss him because he was real as fuck. But I mean, dude, this is exactly why Eddie sent. Like, dude, I think what happened was, so basically, Chainslayer. I don't even remember if it was just a story. No, I think he made a video, and was saying that Midwestern Marks and the fucking American Communist Party, that he's not going to work with them, and that he thinks that they're a bunch of fucking fakers, essentially. And then Eddie used his stupid little clan of Nazis to harass Chainslayer until he was like, I'm getting off the internet. Fuck this shit. This place is just divisive. It's just meant to fucking drag us down, which he's not wrong, but like, I don't know, dude. Fuck Midwestern Marks. Fuck Eddie. I was leaving Eddie be. Now I'm like, fuck Eddie again. Eddie Liger, more like Eddie Liar. Why am I the first person that comes?
I've been waiting. Dude, I had seasonal depression all day yesterday, but guess what, boys? They're making their move. Dude, the moment I need you guys, you always...
Oh, fuck. Whatever.
Oh, man,
What is his real name, bro? Whatever, I'll find it later, I guess. Yeah, and then the other thing with oil too is that it's like we're using the Earth's blood essentially. We're draining her of all of her blood. Did you guys see this shit? This is incredible.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Finish your lunch.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Oh wait, sorry. This song. You guys know the song is called B.O.B. Bombs Over Baghdad. Actually, it's called Birds Over Big Bird. Interesting, Gabe. Yeah. Once again, everything being the microcosm is the macrocosm. These literal blood-sucking vampires, you know what they're doing? Sucking the blood out of the fucking earth, because that's basically what oil is. It's the blood of the earth, and they're literally sucking it up to burn it. They're vampires.
I think you're evil!
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
That's too good, dude. Good job of composing this into this shot. Compositing it into the shot. Big Bird.
I think you're evil!
Too good.
And they're complaining things are expensive. Yes, things are expensive when you don't have a real job.
Because this generation, my generation, I hate to say it, Gen Z and those younger than me have been raised with just silver spoons in their mouths, just getting everything handed to them. That's
Bro. I've lived long enough to hear this so many times for so long that we know it's all bullshit, right? But literally, what can you say millennials and Gen Z and what the fuck have we ever gotten for free? Dude, you literally can't piss for free. You can't go to the bathroom unless you pay money. We have no places that you can go for free. You can barely go to a park for free. What the fuck are we getting for free that's gotten us so used to free shit? Like, their lies don't even make sense anymore, bro. Dude, in like 2012, I wish that we knew at that time how high we were living, bro. How was like, yeah, how was like my college years and like shortly after college? Those were like the best, the brokest I've ever been was like the fucking easiest time. How's everything fucking harder? Stay in school for as long as you can. Bluebeam is late as fuck. Do better, Paul. Paul, do it today. Do it right now. I just realized I had top chats on my monitor one. Not on this one, though, up here. On the screen. That one's good.
Not the values this country was built on. It was built on meritocracy and hard work, pulling up your sleeves, pulling yourself up from your bootstraps, and achieving the American dream.
Oh, Caroline. But I know something about you. You went to Central Catholic High. That's a private school. Caroline, you went to...
Dude, B-rabbit her ass.
To a high school that cost $20,000 a year, though. You're a Nepo baby. And then you married a rich man that's your father's age. In fact, you got knocked up by a rich man your father's age, and then you married him. So you were born with a...
Ooh, Paul hit it. Paul's speaking some wisdom in the chat today. Cell phones are making time move faster, eliminating all periods of boredom and self-reflection. That might be it, guys.
Silver spoon, and then you put a silver-haired spoon in your mouth. Caroline, the spoon is coming from inside the kitchen. Caroline Levitt, who's 28 years old, going on 30.
And they've never had real jobs, and they're complaining things are expensive. Yes.
That cost $20,000 a year, though. You're a Nepo baby. And then you married a rich man that's your father's age. In fact, you got...
Dude, Caroline Levitt's only like 28. She married like a 60-year-old. That's fucking crazy. I didn't realize how old he was.
Knocked up by a rich man your father's age, and then you married him. So you were born with a silver spoon, and then you put a silver-haired spoon in your mouth. Caroline, the spoon...
More like a silver-haired dick in her mouth.
Spoon is coming from inside the kitchen. Caroline Levitt, who's 28 years old, going on 39, hasn't paid a bill in her entire life. So
my grandfather could afford a huge house, lots of land, 13 kids, healthcare for everyone, 3 cars, all on one income, no debt. And now you can't even do 10% of that with 2 income households. Yeah. Yeah, they did all that on $30K a year. Dude, not only that, they had 13 kids with their main family and a secret family. There were no cell phones. All these fucking hoes had secret families. These men were over double dipping. And now you can't even have a fucking secret family, dude. This ain't the American dream. This is not what was sold to me. I was promised secret family. I was promised secret family type of prosperity. My pursuit of happiness is being able to be so cush and so flush in life that I can have a fucking secret family. And no one will ever question me about it.
I just
my
find
favorite band name for one of my million bands growing up was, with my buddy, was Secret Wives. And we spelled wives with 2 V's for no reason, and it was all caps.
A little funny
that band went hard.
She thinks that she ate with this one. I probably wouldn't complain about the economy either if I was fucking a 60-year-old rich man, Caroline. I mean, once you finish changing your kids' diapers, your husband will probably start wearing them. Hey, Gen Z, stop being lazy. Pick yourselves up by the bootstraps and marry a real estate developer that graduated high school in 1971. These Gen Z kids who haven't had a real job. Yeah, they don't have a real job because they can't get a fucking job. I mean, the nerve of this woman.
But also, what real job? What do you mean? They would say working at fucking McDonald's isn't a real job. Oh, that's for high schoolers. But it's open during high school hours, so that's kind of weird. I mean, they literally call every job except for sex trafficking women and gambling and doing private equity not real jobs. Which, hilariously, all of those jobs are literally not real jobs.
To get on here with her pillow face filler and a mouthful of elderly d and tell me and my generation that we're being lazy. Let's zoom out for a minute.
No,
Look
the worst part is she's telling her own generation that. She's younger than me by 10 years.
The segment that Fox is
She
pushing.
don't look it, though. I will be saying. Dude, evil fucking sucks the life out of you. Being evil, literally, you look evil. You become diseased from being evil on the inside. The Cuckafellers and the Rothschiilds.
Though. Dems go full commie for midterms, Medicare for all, college for all, housing for all. The horror! Housing for all? College for all? Medicare for all? The horror! Can the billionaires come save us from this hell?
And they've never had real jobs, and they're complaining things are expensive. Yes, things are expensive.
I'm gonna ruin your fucking life, Caroline Levitt. Back a day. Have you posted? Nope. Right, we saw
So
that.
according to the
Yeah, we saw that. Back a day in the park. Okay, here. All right, let's get into the fucking Graham Plattner of it all. Like Hassan fucking pushing the fucking Nazi tattoo guy. The Democratic platform guy. Like, this is what Hassan's job is, right? Is he's like, even though he's progressive-ish, right? He's always going to be party line Democrat. And then occasionally, I mean, dude, Zoran Mamdani is a fucking Democrat, right? Like, these aren't like radicals. None of the people that he supports. He literally supports all these fucking conservative bitches like Brad Lander and fucking Graham Plattner. And now look. Apparently Graham Plattner has some fucking allegations out that are not looking great.
Into Politico in 3 interviews over the past 2 weeks. Politico also spoke with a man Rascott dated and confided in the years after the alleged incident, and reviewed documents including emails between Rascott and her therapist and messages between Rascott and acquaintance, that is Curtains. Okay. Mossad paid her ass? No. That is the trifecta. Okay. That is the trifecta of a reliable allegation. That's holy shit. Okay. Personal firsthand testimony to a friend, a close confidant, back from way before Graham Plattner ever fucking ran for Congress. Are you kidding me? And then also direct testimony from a therapist. That is incident to Politico in 3 interviews over the past 2 weeks. Politico also spoke with a man, Rascott.
Although you can probably pay a therapist to fucking say anything you want. That is their job after all. Kidding.
directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me.
So he's denying them.
Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false. Over the last 10 months, I have been deeply humbled by the faith Mainers have put in me. You have welcomed me.
Like, dude, I'm sorry. This guy doesn't give me, like, he's gonna fight for us vibes. His eyes are not selling that. His disheveled fucking look. He can't even give us one of these before he gets on cam. Come on, bro. He just kind of, like, I'm being Fetterman balled again. Yeah. It's his alien Fetterman ball. And, dude, honestly, looks terrified. And he should be terrified.
Into your homes, into your places of work, into your restaurants, into your houses of worship. You have shown that a different kind of politics, one that puts the interests of people over corporations, is not just possible, but is inevitable. This movement we have built.
Yeah, and that's why they keep giving us fucking SA doing, Nazi tattoo having, fucking Blackwater mercenary motherfuckers as our candidates. I find his mustache offensive. Joe Wink, you ain't wrong.
Largest volunteer base in the history of Maine politics. The hundreds of thousands of grassroots donors and the supporters across the ideological spectrum, we were united in a love of Maine, a belief that our politics must change, and a focus on defeating Susan Collins. So,
all people who are running as Democrats should kill themselves. That'd be the best thing that could, and all Republicans too, obviously, that goes without saying, but all of the Democrats too. Has anyone checked on Erica Kirk today? Oh God, yeah, I know. She definitely wants us to. We will shortly.
Regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality will.
It's interesting. Okay, so he's gonna fight this. All right.
Conflict. We are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love.
He looks terrified though, right? This man has not slept. He knew this was coming out probably yesterday or 2 days ago. He looks like it.
The movement I belong to and the goal of defeating Susan Collins. To directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations.
If people only knew the real reason they started counseling and so-called mental health, or who has control of it and why. I mean, it's just a way of surveillance. Of course. Don't be shy, Amy. Tell us. They're going to take as many assets from the boomers as they can now, and they'll take whatever homes are still inherited when the millennials who inherit them realize they can't pay the property tax. Yeah, I mean, what they're doing, dude, is they're doing a generational stripping of all property, right? I mean, look, dude, we aren't even allowed to own video games anymore. Isn't that so funny? They're always like, socialism, oh, you're not going to own anything. We don't own anything in capitalism. What the fuck do you own? What do you own? You can't even own a video game. You pretty soon you're not even going to own your computer. You know that, right? They're literally making fucking little tiny computers that are going to tap into your cloud storage. They're going to do all this computing on the cloud. That's what all these probably these data centers are for, besides all the other CIA bullshit. Like, we don't own anything in capitalism. Who owns a fucking house? So it's starting to sound like capitalism might be the boogeyman that they're always scaring us about. But yeah, I mean, that's what the whole doing the nuclear family shit instead of like generational families or whatever the fuck you'd call that. Like, because if, dude, I was reading some fucking, I keep getting like real estate people in TikTok and stuff, probably because I hate all of them, and sometimes I won't hold my tongue. I won't hold my typey fingers, even though I know if I type a comment on their shit, I'm going to get more of their shit. Sometimes I just can't help it, though. But there was I forget what the video was, but there was there was like 10 different boomers talking about what a great deal they're cutting their children who they're selling their home to. They're like, it's below market value. Like, you motherfuckers. Like, everybody always needs to get something. I don't know. I think that there's, like, you should be able to build on your previous generation's fucking successes a little bit, like the fucking wealthy, right? But only they get to do it. There's no inheritance tax on their shit, right? Don't they get to skirt around all that shit so they don't have to pay taxes on what they get from their families? But what's the thing that people of our stature used to be able to inherit? Homes. Now you can't. Now they got to sell it so they can go to a fucking old folks home or whatever. Everybody's split up. It's like, it's dumb as fuck, dude. And it literally is all to limit our power in every way they can. Who's this goofball?
All right, everybody, this is going to be a very serious video as we are covering a very serious story. There are new allegations against Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner that he has already responded to with a video, and these allegations are incredibly disgusting, disturbing, and serious. There is a sickness in our politics where people who have the worst personality types rise to the top, and they use this narcissism, the sociopath.
It's almost like the system selects for those people. So no matter what, the people always lose. You know who wins from this? Cucks. Cucks are always going to win, bro. Until we fucking kill them all, I guess. Ideologically.
In their past in order to try to propel their career. Well, people like Graham Plattner, the Eric Swalwells, and of course, the Donald Trumps of our politics need to be called out with vigor, need to be called out intensely. And this story about Graham Plattner is beyond the pale. Mike, you and I have been talking about Graham Plattner's campaign for the past few months. And usually what I say is along the lines of, I will never defend Graham Plattner's past. He doesn't defend his past. He is a despicable person. I also don't want to hear Republicans trying to moral high ground us over any of this. But I think it's only fair if, Mike, you walk through the political piece and the allegation.
I just inherited health problems. Poor Gabe. I know, right? That is all we get to inherit. Our family's addiction problems, health problems, anger issues. No, definitely no houses.
So everybody in chat and the comments understands the seriousness of the allegations. If you support our independent media venture, you can become a subscriber, you can drop a like. But in this video, we just really want to be very clear about where we stand here and come with a lot of moral clarity. So you can kick it off, Mike.
Yeah, and I want to say before I read everything out, like if you've been through something like this in the past, if you've been assaulted, like please, like one, feel free to check out of the video. I'll do love and respect.
Chase, build the wall, use the wall. It's the only way. Are you talking about the wall around the rejection pond, the reflection pond? They do have a wall around it.
Respect to you if you need to do that. And also know that Adam and I, love you and are going to try to handle this topic with some respect and dignity, because that's what you deserve at a bare minimum. So,
what matrix are you getting pulled into, Barry?
we're going to try to not be too sensational, but I am going to pull up the Politico article. I'm going to read the most pertinent part of it because I feel like a lot of what I'm getting right now on the internet is a lot of people who are like, Mike, you know, this accusation is incredible, or Mike, you know, I don't believe this. And I want people to actually like hear this. And so, because this is what turned me, you know, today to be like, Planner's got to drop out of this race, because I called for him to drop out. Adam, you did the same thing earlier. So, and the woman's last name who's making this accusation, her name is Rakakot. I don't know if that's how you pronounce her last name or not, but she told Politico she connected with Plattner on the dating app Bumble in 2019.
Why do you think the Plattner thing is lame and stupid? I mean, it's just always this. This is always what we get. And then they're like, oh, look, this is what you get when you vote for progressives. You get sexual assaulters, you know? It's like, at what point are people going to be like, they're never going to give us a good solution. We need to fucking burn their shit down. Metaphorically, ideologically. The system is never going to give us a fucking replacement for it. You know what I mean? So in that sense, I think it's good, because it's always like this. Every time. I mean, dude, Fetterman was what, 6-8 years ago at this point? It's like we've literally gone backwards from that. I don't think there's a debate over whether or not he's a piece of shit. We've been saying he's a piece of shit. There's no debate. He is a piece of shit. We're just doing a victory lap. We're always right. Everyone needs to listen to us. But you know what I mean? It's just like this is always what it's going to be. Even Mamdani, he's going to have some giant scandal soon. And then he'll probably what's it called when they voluntarily leave office? He's just going to quit. Like all the cuck Dems do. They never hold on. They never go, fuck your rules, fuck your decorum. So what if I texted with a high schooler? Oh yeah, the broader internet doing their little frenzy thing. I know, it's silly. But yeah, I mean, this should just always be used as like, dude, this is every Democrat. This is every solution they're going to send you is going to be a Nazi who's secretly also a sexual assaulter. You know? Stop fucking thinking the people on the news are gonna give you the fucking win, the right answer. Yeah, we don't even want to be right. Yeah, resigned in disgrace. That is what they'll do.
And had consensual relations with him prior to the night he allegedly assaulted her. That night in late 2021, she said she had exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realized when she heard a sound on the stairs, he had let himself into the house, which was unlocked. Plattner came up the stairs. Rakakot said to where she was on the couch. He got on top of her and kept grabbing her, she said, while she repeatedly told him to stop and that she wasn't interested. Rakakot said she smelled alcohol in his breath and believed that he was, quote, almost blackout drunk because Plattner ignored.
This isn't even like a date rape situation. This is he came over after being told not to and let himself in situation. Fuck. Dude, what the fuck?
In order to protest and continue to grab her after knocking over an antique sewing kit, spilling small needles everywhere. Quote, I had been telling him.
Yeah, I mean, sounds about right. He's a Blackwater mercenary. He went to Iraq and Afghanistan to fucking murder women and children for Blackwater and the government.
These were
not once. He didn't go on one tour. He went on 4.
It's like, no, don't. She recalled, and the look on his face of realizing what was happening, just realized that, like, I'm in a situation where there's no consent here.
But that with the Nazi shit, the fact that his dad's a lawyer, the fact that he's on our TVs. Yeah, this all sounds about right.
She said. Rakoc said she tried to separate herself from Plattner by telling him she couldn't be in that room anymore, after which he followed her to the bedroom and had sex with her against her will. She said he also ejaculated inside of her despite her telling him not to, and she was not using birth control at the time. She went to clean herself up, she said, and when she returned, Plattner had fallen asleep. She contemplated waking up to kick him out, but worried he could hurt someone driving in the state that he was in. The following morning, she said Plattner tried to put his arm around her, and she pushed him away. She had said that she asked him whether he remembered what had happened the previous night, and apparently Plattner said that he couldn't remember. Rakoc said she told him to leave and never contacted him again. And that is the basis of this most latest accusation. There's a lot more in the article, which we will talk about, but I wanted people to hear that testimony. And to me, like, I come at this from a few different angles. Like, one, I believe women when they come forward, like they put their lives physically, financially, emotionally on the line when they relive these things. And that's been something I've been consistent in. I called for Swalwell to drop out for similar accusations here. And I'll also say, like, Plattner doesn't get the benefit of the doubt from me anymore, guys. I mean, maybe there was a moment where, like, I was willing to go, okay, you got a dumb tattoo, fine. But how many red flags?
No, Chase, that's okay. Don't, and like, I'm not saying that everyone in the military and shit is a fucking rapist like Graham Plattner or anything. Going and doing mercenary fucking Blackwater work is the real thing. Like, that takes a different type of person. But no, and also, dude, like, everybody's on a different journey. A lot of people fucking figure out how cucked all this shit is when they're in the military. So we all were uneducated, spineless liberals at one point.
Do we need? And I'll also say in this article, because other people have said to me on X and Threads, is why is she coming forward now? Well, she actually talks about that in this piece. She says, like, I didn't want to hurt his campaign because I agree with him politically. Like, and so they were kind of able to weasel their way out of the last one because one of the women who was more likely to go forward was a Republican operative. So they were able to weasel their way out of that a little bit, which wasn't right either, and made me feel really uncomfortable, which I spoke out about at the time. But in this case, this was somebody who, like, really wrestled with this. And she also was able to provide Politico with receipts, like conversations that she had, like her therapist years before Plattner was a candidate, backed this up. I think another previous boyfriend, like, they had, like, texted back and forth, and she told that person to stay away from Plattner because of this. So, like, they validated this. And to me, as Hassan Piker said, like, that's the trifecta of a credible accusation. And again, maybe in a vacuum, it's one thing you go, I don't know, but in this case, it's just so many things, and we still have an opportunity to win this race because there's two parts of it.
Was this guy a Dem hero at some point? Did people think he wasn't a pedo? I mean, he's currently running for senator, I think, in Maine. He's not elected yet, but he's like this, supposedly this fucking progressive, pro-Palestine hope. Like, dude, this is what they're doing right now. They're drumming up the anti-Israel sentiment, like, even though they're pretending, like, part of them being so overzealous on the anti-Semitism campaign shit is to make us fucking hate Israel so that we all fucking hate them, right? And then the candidates that are going to speak about hating fucking Israel are going to be Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, like, and then boom, once again, it's just it's MAGA. Like, this is what they're doing totally. This is probably what Elon's whole America First party. I mean, dude, they're calling it America First, right? They're doing this whole, like, dude, progressive people will vote for, like, Tucker Carlson types at this point if they're like, we will fucking stop funding Israel. That's exactly what's going to happen. Or, what they're trying to do. But, Anyway, no, he's not elected yet, but they want him to be elected. And of course he's a skis, because they want all of our leaders to be skis bags so that we're skis bags. I ain't no fucking skis, though. I'm a man. I got hot blood. I care about the little people. Midgets.
Adam, and then I'll hand it back to you.
Sorry. Uncalled for. Little people.
A moral clarity aspect of this, of what are the type of people I want to have powerful positions inside my party that I care and love deeply. And do I want somebody like Graham Platter to have the power? The answer is obviously no. It's just the right thing to do, I think, is for him to drop out right now. And then there's just the pure politics aspect of it, of is this guy the right person to beat Susan Collins? Because keep in mind, there are women in this country who have fewer rights today because Susan Collins backed up Brett Kavanaugh. And she voted for him. She saved his nomination when she could have killed it. And she has got to go. And so to me, we got to make this swap out on the.
Susan Collins also talks like this. Why can't anyone in fucking politics talk normal and be normal? They all gotta talk like this. Or they're like this. My name's RFK Jr.
Politics of it, but we also got to do it because it's just goddamn the right thing to do. And I know people are sad and disappointed because Plattner has been a breath of life on the economic populism front for a lot of people. That doesn't go away, guys. Like, there are other people who believe in these things, and I believe we can find somebody in Maine that doesn't have this type of baggage. That's frankly just not a scumbag. And Adam, I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, and that's totally gonna happen. There's totally gonna be a real person that has real fucking morals, and they're gonna show up in the next month or two or whenever the fucking primary thing is, and they're totally gonna pull it off. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's very, very incredibly well said. I think that Graham Plattner needs to drop out as well. It's incredibly obvious. He just posted a video about 10 minutes after the allegations came out saying they were reflecting on next steps, which seems to be sort of language moving towards a dropout. We don't know what he's exactly going to do.
That's a video you post if you're angling to drop it.
It reminded me of the Swalwell video when Swalwell had that dead-eyed stare into the camera, and you could just tell he was done. He was cooked.
Yeah, from that video, I think he's gonna drop out.
And
I wouldn't be surprised if he drops out today.
Reminds me of when Biden was still in the race, and like he would be like, "I'm staying in," and then Nancy Pelosi would release a statement right after that, being like, "Joe Biden's gonna do what's best for the country, everybody." Like,
like vague wording.
Thanks, Lori. Don't forget to like the live stream if you like it.
Here's the thing. I tweeted this out, but I'm very sick of men mainly using progressivism as a shield for their past allegations. It is all too common. We see people like Eric Swalwell. Eric Swalwell is a good example of somebody who coded himself in progressive language in the same way that Graham Plattner did, but as a past full of horrid things. Eric Swalwell and Graham Plattner both raped somebody and thought they could cover that up just by using progressive language. There are snakes in the grass in politics, and that is the game of politics. You know, it's been kind of a trip for me as a young dude growing up in this political environment. Just to be real for a second, when I was in high school, seeing the people with the worst personality types rise to the top of politics, like Donald Trump, all these sickening people in my most formative years rising to the top of politics. And when they're at the top of the politics, they're treating people like trash.
Plattner is short for plantation owner as well. Did you cover the Aryan princess wedding the other day? I have a theory that it was actually a rally where they crowned the new lavender marriage, and we'll have T. Kelsey start politics. Maybe having him run for Senate or as VP. Dude, I will blow my fucking brains out. I could totally see that, though. Yeah. Yeah, it was probably a giant auction too, auctioning off children. Yeah, it was a big old Zionist meetup, Klansman Zionist meetup.
They're being narcissistic, sociopathic. They're actually getting
Yeah, we should boycott every candidate in every jurisdiction. That is the answer. Boycott them with bricks.
Jokes.
Jokes. Not really bricks.
getting away with their past actions, their past allegations. They feel emboldened. So for me, who had been told my entire life that you should be a good person, you should treat others well, it kind of distorted my view on things. But I want to return to a politics, especially in the Democratic Party, that prioritizes having politicians who are held to at least some standard. I mean, my standard probably wouldn't include like 80% of the politicians in power right now, but my standard definitely does not include someone like Graham Plattner. Even the past allegations that came out a month ago, even the tattoo, all of it combines to paint a very damning story. And he thought he could cover that up due to progressive language, due to
Graham Cuckler, dude,
saying the right things at the right moments. And it feels like sometimes we're so hungry for change that it's hard to delineate between who's grifting and who's trying to cover things up.
Here's the answer. I'll tell you. They are all grifting. If you're allowed to see them, they're a grifter. Sorry, they are. Oh my God, I forgot. Adam Sandler was but no, we didn't really talk about the wedding that much. I didn't want to give Taylor what she wanted. We talked about it a little bit, but yeah, I could totally see it being. I mean, dude, honestly, it's just a big consolidation. It's Cleopatra and Julius Caesar getting married. It's just another corporate merger. It's Paramount buying Warner Brothers and HBO and everything. But I mean, dude, she literally she had a CEO of one of these contractors that works for ICE detention concentration camps. Like, they donated a couple $1 million to like Dolly Parton and a couple other cuck charities. Like, and then, dude, I saw a video. There was like this fucking guy that was hanging out after the wedding, so it must have been like 3 a.m, and he was screaming at this delivery truck that it said like bakery or whatever, and he's like, "What kind of cake did she have? Was it chocolate? Was it vanilla?" And then the guy like handed the fans a box of, they were like Danishes or something, some type of pastry. These motherfuckers lost their mind, screaming and crying. Literally, these peasants were screaming for crumbs, begging for crumbs from these fucking kings, these oligarchs, and crying because they're so happy to receive one morsel of crumb from Taylor. Embarrassing, dude. We need to have so much more self-respect. We should be eating Taylor Swift.
And who is actually about it, who actually means this. So I find it incredibly...
Yeah. The Nazi rally in the 1930s, that was at MSG. Not the same one, but same place. Yeah, Adam Sandler, the pizza and Israel lover. He said, "Stop looking at me, Schwan."
Disgusting. On top of that, Susan Collins does need to lose. I mean, 2 things can be true at once. Graham Plattner is not the candidate. He should drop out. He's a despicable, awful human being. But Susan Collins absolutely needs to lose. She's awful within and of herself. She voted to confirm Brett Kavanaugh. She voted to confirm RFK Jr., who has allegations against himself. She voted to confirm Kristi Noem, and Kristi Noem led to the death of Alex Good and Renee. Sorry.
Kristi Noem is a bird-legged hoe. I said Kristi Noem is a bird-legged hoe.
Alex Preddy and Renee Good. My bad. It's just so incredibly despicable what these Republicans are doing, and we have to hold our politicians to high standards.
Yeah, I mean, and I think the fact that the Republicans don't hold themselves to a high standard doesn't mean that we shouldn't. Like, I'm sorry. Like, one of my biggest fears, and it's played out in this last year and a half, and you still see it rear its ugly head, but I think the good folks inside the party are largely winning, is I don't want the Democratic Party to become a mirror image reverse of what the Republican Party is. I don't want us to be so fueled by grievance and outrage and beating these guys that we forget what our job is actually to do, which to me always comes down to the reason I'm a Democrat is I picked up a copy of.
Oh, dude, so many assholes over the years have told me I'd be happy if I listened to more Taylor Swift. I'm like, have you been body snatched? You okay? Yeah, dude, I would be happy if I was a simple-minded person who enjoyed Taylor Swift. But unfortunately, I got this dumb brain. Makes me think. Makes me go, yo, this bird a fucking Nazi? Kinda think she might be.
Paul Wellstone's book, Conscious of the.
Dude, imagine being Taylor Swift and not being like she's literally not addressed. Has she addressed anything with the Israel bullshit? No, right? Imagine being such a bloodthirsty fucking cow that you haven't said free Palestine in 2026. Bloodthirsty Haugalina.
Liberal, and one of the first lines in that book is politics is about the improvement of people's lives. And nothing that happens in Donald Trump's Republican Party is about improving anyone's life other than theirs. And say what you will about the Democratic Party, no matter what wing you're in, establishment, all the way to the left, whatever, like most of us are still trying to come up with ways to improve people's lives. So I still want that. And so I've been wary of Plattner from the beginning.
Yeah.
Simply because I never heard of the guy before. And like, look, I'm a Catholic. I believe in redemption. I mean, I frankly myself, I'm the family fuck up, guys. I'm not going to make this about me, but like I have been through the ringer in my life and done some stupid shit. Nothing like this, but I've done some stupid shit and changed my entire life. So like, I believe in change, and maybe Grant Plattner is a changed man today. But the place to show us that is not the United States Senate. It's simply not. It's too powerful of a job to hand over to somebody who hasn't, frankly, shown themselves in that. Like there are people out there like Don Scott in Virginia who have made mistakes in their life, gone, served in local office, worked their way up, proven themselves over time. Plattner could have chosen to do that. Instead, he was frankly seduced by the idea that he should run for United States Senate. And I do think there's two things I'm going to add.
Truly, who the fuck was this guy before he started running for governor or whatever, or Senate? Right? Who the fuck is this guy? He's just an everyday man. He just said, you know what? I'm going to hop in here. I'm going to do it.
Here, one is like the team that recruited and vetted Graham Plattner and have pushed him forward. They need to do some real social.
You're better gooning to OnlyFans girls over saving the Democratic Party. You're not doing anything. Yeah. Dude, there is no saving the Democratic Party. Yeah. The goal is to destroy all parties. You can't have something that doesn't want to be saved. Yeah, this is dude. This is a Drake at the Strip. Yeah. Yeah, no, the Democrats don't want to be saved. They're exactly where they want to be, bro.
And these are people that I'm not going to name names because I'm not an asshole, but like these are people that I respect who do really good work. They've done good work for Graham Plattner here because nobody knew who the fuck he was, and then is still a stone's throw away from being a United States senator. But like, you can't just like rush into the first person that's going to say all the right things that you believe, folks. I did block the individual who was spamming the comments.
Thank you.
Who are you talking about, Elsie Joe, that you asked? She was really gross to me when I asked her about being a chorus creator. Christy Gods. Who's Christy Gods? I asked her if she was a chorus creator and questioned why she hadn't spoken about Palestine at all. I wasn't rude. She was so nasty and her followers dogpiled on me. Yeah, it sounds like Zionists.
Thank you.
It's just like ridiculous. I don't know why people do that. But you know, it is you've got to, like, this group of people need to start building a bench, because Maine didn't have a bench of talent that could run in this race, and that's a real problem here too. So I don't want to hand this over to people who just show up out of nowhere and say the right thing and we all fall in love with them because their economic messaging is so good. And the second thing is because a lot of people are asking in the comments now, if he drops out before Monday, I think it's like 5 p.m. deadline Monday. Next Monday. If he drops out, like the party can replace him. Like, who should replace him? Like,
they're gonna replace him in less than a week. It's fucking no. It's Monday today. So We're going to find a great replacement, guys. What if we replace him with the great replacement theory? Might as well. Same thing.
I don't know who, but I will tell you what. Because I do not think if they like replace him with Janet Mills, like that's not going to go well. Like we're going to need to replace Plattner with someone who can capture that progressive energy and spirit that catapulted him to the front of the pack here. It can't be that they grab some random establishment person. That might be what makes the Democratic Party establishment happier here. And Susan Collins does really poorly against the generic Democrats. So maybe there is a random name out there. And people are talking about Heather Cox Richardson. Like, I don't know. But you got to find somebody that's vetted, that is known in a short period of time. The only name I can really think of is Troy Jackson, who I think's the world of. I have no idea if he wants to do it. I feel like he's been allergic to running for federal office his entire career, more or less. I did work on his House race the one time. But like, that's the only person I can really think of, but it can't just be like an establishment safe choice.
Nah,
the voters are not going to turn out.
We've got some updates. So I just,
Oh, the person who made the Christy Gnome as a bird-legged hoe song is a jerk off? Interesting. Did she actually make the song though? Isn't it just like a Suno song? Isn't it like AI?
just want to update with Hassan Piker. What he said on stream is, that is curtains. That is the trifecta. Okay, that is the trifecta of a reliable allegation. Holy shit, I believe this allegation. I believe this allegation. At the same time, there's another part of the article that I want to highlight very quickly. Rassicot shared with Politico.
Great job with your vetting skills, Hassan. Great job promoting Graham Plattner for the last fucking 9 months.
This is the woman who is saying she got raped. She shared with Politico a series of private Facebook messages that she exchanged with an acquaintance in 2023, a year and a half after the alleged assault, and well before Plattner.
Bro, this ain't even old shit. This ain't even old shit. This was happening post-COVID. Oh. No, I'm not roasting anyone for using Suno. I'm just saying she's like, this person's like well known for like being the Christy Gnome's a bird-legged hoe song girl. But she had it made with AI. Just want to put that out there. Dude, this is 2022-ish shit? Holy fuck. This is very recent. Isn't that interesting, too? You know who would know this stuff beforehand? Palantir. Palantir would know these kind of secrets about people, right?
Launched his political career or had any political career whatsoever. So this was before that. She sent text to a friend that she showed to Politico in which she cautioned the friend against getting in.
Oh, and Chorus is like Black Cube, right? Chorus is like the Dem paid off creators, and you asked her if she was a Chorus creator and she flipped on you. That tells you everything then. It's like Tyler Hansen getting upset with people talking about face matching. He's like, that's my trademarked thing. It's like, dude, everybody knows you stole it from Cat Dad. You don't see him bitching about trademark and copyright. But yeah, so that lady just be like, dude, you didn't even write that song. You had AI write it, and you're saying you did it. Sounds like, what's her name? It went up too far. Maybe she's the bird-legged hoe. Chelsea Gods, maybe you are the bird-legged hoe, just wondering.
involved with Plattner. In the messages, Rasicot said she, quote, ended up in a bad situation with him and described Plattner as, quote, consensually careless, saying he doesn't listen to you when drunk. Reached by Politico, the acquaintance said she did receive the messages, but she declined to comment. They granted her anonymity to protect her privacy. At the same time, the woman who was making the allegations showed more texts with her therapist, showed more documents with her therapist. I see people sometimes even on our side on Twitter, and they're trying to pull this like cute line. They're like, we have a rapist in the Oval Office. Why should we care if we have one in the Democratic Party?
Dude. Whoa. Whoa. They're doing it, guys. You're right, guys. Get over it. Just vote him in.
And that is,
dude, there's no way he makes it through. I wouldn't be surprised if he stops, if he doesn't quit before the end of stream. Dude, someone's ringing my fucking buzzer. I have not ordered anything. I've gone down there 10 times today.
such a despicable way to think. Am I frozen for you?
You are frozen for me right now. Buddy.
Interesting. Okay, I'm not frozen in real life, but that is such
live TV.
Yeah, that is such an incredibly despicable way to think about things. Let me actually just switch my camera over so that
you're frozen on our StreamYard link too.
I got
you. Well, I'll jump in there and say, like, again, and for folks that are wondering, who are just joining now, what happened, I'll recap it in a second, but I also posted the Politico article in the live chat here. But the fact that Donald Trump is an adjudicated rapist who is all over the Epstein files, who's a very bad person, he's also a scumbag, doesn't justify scumbaggery on our side. It just doesn't. Like, it's not okay that Eric Swalwell has been credibly accused of assault by multiple women. He needs to go. All of these people need to go. And Adam, this is something that you've heard me say 1,000 times. Like, when I'm talking about the Epstein files, I don't view the Epstein files through the lens of partisan politics. I hate every single person who trafficked, abused, and covered up that abuse for the Epstein class. I don't give a fuck what political party they're in. I don't care if you're Bill Gates or Bill Clinton or Donald Trump or Elon Musk or Steve Bannon. I don't care. All right? This is a class of people who don't give a damn about anyone else. I want them all gone. I mean, a couple weeks ago, you and I did a show, and I got choked up talking about the abuse of Emily Moreno, who is the daughter of Bernie Moreno, the senator from Ohio, by Max Miller, who's a Republican congressman in Ohio. Nobody is safe right now. And like, our government is never going to function. And I say that, by the way, as Laura Loomer reports that Mitch McConnell is on life support and is functionally brain dead, and they're keeping him alive. Our government's so fucked up right now, guys. It's ridiculous. But like, we have to get rid of every single one of these people. If you would put your hands on a woman, if you would abuse a woman, if you would rape a woman, I do not want you making any legislative decisions for me, my family, or anybody in my life. And this is usually the part where, like, a man in politics goes, as a husband, as a brother, as a whatever. It's not about that. Is that I fundamentally do not trust people who are bullies and who would abuse anyone in that way, period, end of story. And I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. I've never put my hand on a woman. And I think we can field plenty of people who have never done shit like this. And I'll hand it back to you. I just want to end this by saying, if you've been abused in the past, if you face stuff like this, like, just know that we love you. And hopefully we handled this in a way that was professional and respectful to you, because that's what we care about here. So
thank you, Mike. We love all of you. I love all of you. And we'll be back on Wednesday.
Oh, whoops, sorry. Hopefully it didn't stop for too long. Ooh. Anyway. What were we talking about? Graham Plattner. But yeah, so I don't know. Dude's a fucking cuck. Everyone should listen to us, bro. We're always right. Oh shit. What was Robbie Road Steamer doing?
People say that about him all the time.
Actually, gators are cold-blooded animals.
Filming? I'm filming.
Hell yeah. Look at the rejection pool over here. Look at it. Can we get closer? This is not even algae anymore. It's like diarrhea down there. We're draining the swamp. We can't even drain the rejection pool here. Ugh, it's a terrible scene. But we got music. Let's do one right now. Hell yeah!
Dude, this thong has seen so many better days.
Gary the Guantanamo Gator from Boston, Massachusetts. Hell yeah!
It's so insane that danger explosives. What the fuck? Why are there explosives? Sorry. Confused.
I'd like to tell you a little story. Down by the water, down where the pedos hang. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Cash Patel, crooked eye, LG on the bullseye.
Are you getting into streamer U? Our Lord and Savior and future president Kai Cenat is finally live. Yeah, the white party, the new white party inheritant, Kai Cenat. What, he's doing his streamer university, trafficking university again? I thought he was going to be a fucking fashion designer. What happened to that? But no, I'm definitely not getting into streamer university. Isn't that, don't they hang out with Ray J on that shit? Dude, I ain't watching anything with Ray J in it. Unless it's Orlando Brown related. I'll watch anything with Orlando Brown talking shit about Ray J. Preferably in front of his face.
JFK's here to stay. Trump is being pulled away. Trump has...
Wasn't this guy really sick or something? Is he okay? Robbie Road Steamer? Oh, no. Wait, you're mixing that up with Robbie. No, that guy died. Yeah. Sorry, not to laugh. That guy had cancer. These are two different guys. That was Robbie Rocket? What was his name? Sorry. But no, different guys. This is Robbie Road Steamer. He always dresses up like a gator, or what are his other costumes? Is it a giraffe sometimes, I think? But you're thinking of the cancer guy. It was Robbie something. Robbie Rocket, I thought. Something like that.
Fucking bull. Everybody's covered in algae.
I asked him in a video once, I mean, not to speak ill on the dead, but he was like, I'm going, I'm not thinking about the cancer right now. I'm just trying to have fun and live for the weekend or whatever. He's like, I'm going this weekend with my brother to go see a concert. And I was like, I don't even understand how he like took it weird. But I asked him who the band was. I said, who are you going to see? That's what it was. I go, who are you going to see? And he goes, my fucking brother, you idiot. I said it in the video. If you'd fucking watch it. He was like literally cursing me out in the comments. I was like, huh, okay. Guess I'm not gonna donate to your GoFundMe again. And then someone commented and was like, I think he was asking what band you were going to see. I guess it's there's been a couple times where I've gotten a little sassy. So it's understandable. He also had cancer, so probably sick of reiterating himself. But I was just asking what band he wanted to see.
It was always tearing. Trump must be tripping. We didn't cut the liner. It was always ripping. Trump, the Proud Boys in Iran, nothing for our veterans. Hell yeah! Woo! I'm Gary the Guantanamo Gator. Let's party! Woo!
We didn't cut the liners so good.
It was always ripping, Trump must be tripping. We didn't cut the liner. It was always ripping, Trump must be tripping. Little Rock, dude. I was born in this pool. I grew up in this pool.
How is he powering that little amp, bro? It's a battery-powered amp?
The X-Fifth, one pull-up. Josh Hepkin throwing up. Marjorie Taylor jumped off ship. No one.
Oh, they supposedly blocked it off for the 4th of July. That's why it says explosives.
Really gives a shit. We didn't cut the liner. It was always ripping. Trump must be tripping. Oh yeah! I'm Gary the Guantanamo Gator. How are you guys? Baggeries in Iran, nothing for our veterans. JFK's in the state. Trump has gone away. Hell yeah! We didn't cut the liner. It was always ripping. Trump must be tripping. We didn't cut the liner. It was always ripping. Trump must be tripping. You guys like Billy Joel, right? Hell yeah! The X-Smith, one pull-up. Josh Hogan throwing up. Trouble in the sewage. In the roof punction pool. Hell yeah!
I love the hell yeahs when he runs out of lyrics. Get him, Robbie.
We got that liner! Come on, everybody! Come on, let's all sing! We got the liner! It was always ripping, Trump must be tripping!
Can I get 1 minute of your time?
Oh, yeah, hold on.
Can I get 1 minute of your time?
You want to start the song, or do you want to sing?
If you get to it, I didn't want to cut you off.
All right,
All right. So here's the thing. I didn't want to come out there and interrupt you out there.
That's very nice.
Yeah, you can't use the amplified sound.
Why can't I use the amplified sound?
So without a permit, you can't use the amplified sound.
Oh.
Gotta go acoustic? You can sing all you.
Dude, they be changing the rule all the time. In the city, it's like, oh, you can't have anything on stand, so you have to be moving, and you can't have anything plugged in. And then once you do that, oh, now all of a sudden you can't have amplified sound. It's barely amplified.
You can anywhere out here you can be, with the exception of being up in the chamber.
Can I get in the water a little bit?
No,
I'm an alligator. I'm Gary the Guantanamo Gator.
I know, but we got the fence up. Can't go in.
I know, but that would make it exciting, like a steel cage match, SummerSlam. And now, Hasbro presents the 1997
This guy's fucking laughing.
SummerSlam.
It could.
Dumbass
Well, listen,
cop.
you can't have the amplified sound. That's the rule, right? So you risk getting a citation or something else, and we don't want to do that. I want you to be out here.
He's still got the fucking the pad on his ear, covering up his assassination ear.
Whatever you're doing.
But I'm singing hit songs.
I get that. You gotta sing hit songs with your voice, which is great.
How much is the citation? Robbie Roadsteamer, how much does the Patreon have squirreled away for fucking citations?
Jesus, look at them all. I'm singing Billy Joel. Not one person has been arrested for the Epstein
Look at all these fucking hogs, bro. Hogs everywhere.
files, but yet we got 14 guys around an alligator that's just singing Billy Joel. It's a terrible look, boys. And when I'm mayor, all of this changes. You guys, you'll be working for me. We'll be down at Mar-a-Lago partying together. I will not separate the cops from me. I'm Gary the Guantanamo Gator. I was born in these waters.
Yeah, this is a test to see how much BS people will accept. And we're failing. Well, we're passing for them. You can't have a pulse. Do you have a permit for that beating heart? Have you paid Apple for your heartbeat? We didn't start the liars.
So when it came to the government's MK Ultra hearings that happened a few days ago, I think this was one of the more important things that was said. This person you're going to see speaking is Stephen Kinzer, who's an American author and journalist, and what he says is spot on.
Could illuminate this case. I would also point out that in addition to searching for unknown documents, this committee could do a tremendous service by simply asking for the end of redactions on the documents that we now have. There are reams of documents about MK Ultra that have heavy sections redacted. In the 1970s, this was justified by the argument that it had only been 20 years since these terrible...
It's literally been 70 fucking years. Unredact this shit, bro.
...things had happened and revealing details might affect national security. Now 70 years have passed. That argument can no longer be valid. So I would urge this committee to try to fill out all the blank spaces in the documents that we have, because we know that is there. This task force could also consider trying to determine whether some new incarnation of MK Ultra exists today. When the main phase of MK Ultra drew to a close in the early 1960s, Sidney Gottlieb concluded that it had failed. That in fact there is no such thing as mind control. Even if he was right, however, he may have been right only at that time. In the many decades since then, there have been enormous advances in cyber technology, in artificial intelligence, in neuroscience. Covert agencies may have access now to tools for mind control that Sidney Gottlieb could not even have imagined. It may well have been true in 1963 that mind control is a myth, but whether it's still true is uncertain. And
we know it's a myth because they spent 20 years and billions of dollars researching. Dude, right? Don't you research something and spend billions and billions of dollars and have many, many, many different iterations of it because it doesn't work? Isn't that exactly what you would do?
That question of...
Hey guys, tell me this. Rich people love spending their money, right? So when there's something that is totally worthless and not worth putting their money in, they continue putting their money into it, right? Even though it doesn't work? That makes sense. Totally, totally.
Whether mind control might now be possible under our new circumstances is something that has presumably occurred to scientists who work for secret services, including our own. This task force has a chance to connect the past to the future. A renewed effort to find MK Ultra documents from the 1950s and to fill out the redactions of those that have been released might shed new light on how the CIA operated during that period. It could also inform a new inquiry into whether any mind control projects are now underway inside the U.S. security apparatus. That might help prevent the emergence of a 21st century MK Ultra that could be even more destructive than the original.
If you want to know if these mind control programs are still underway, and trust me, they are, as you're going to see later on in this video, look no further than what they're talking about at the World Economic Forum, more specifically, Nita Farahani.
There's some really interesting research that we can plant false memories in the brain. People believing that they've been at Disney World with characters who are not Disney characters, taking photographs with those characters.
Many of those products are hitting the market this year. They will be capable of doing is very high-level brain state reading.
I can't stand this lady, bro.
Things like, are you tired? Are you paying attention? Is your mind wandering? Are you happy or sad?
One of the emerging areas that's really interesting in law neuroscience is pain detection. And once we understand the circuitries that cause pain, I guess the question is, could we then instill pain and use that in many coercive measures in the legal system as well?
Every camera you walk past that is integrated with AI systems increasingly can decode mental states.
We need to make our own program, Decuck Ultra, mind control for these fucking lizards.
It's kind of like the final piece in the puzzle. You might be able to make inferences about what a person is thinking from their facial expressions and from their eye movements.
I started to see companies with prototypes that were embedding brain sensors into everyday devices like a watch or a wristband or headphones or earbuds. The promises of being able to access your own brain, change your own brain, and even potentially access the brains of others
I wish I could change this broad's brain, bro.
is extraordinarily exciting. Well, you'll say, privacy is gone already, it's all right. But wasn't your brain the one area in which you thought you would always have some sense of privacy? And this is our last bastion of privacy, I think. And it's almost over. All right?
Dude, this lady gives me evil ass vibes, right? I'm gonna put shit in your brain.
We can pick up
Don't you know?
and decode faces that you're seeing in your mind. Simple shapes, numbers, your PIN number to your bank account.
The reason why I wanted to use that clip was for a few reasons. For one, MK Ultra never failed. It was successful. But like what came before it, these projects get better and better. They do away with the old projects and they create completely new ones under different names. All you hear them talk about is MK Ultra, but you never hear them really talk about what came before and what came after MK Ultra had stopped. And yes, it did indeed stop, but the only reason why it had stopped was not because it failed, but because something bigger and better had taken its place under a different project name. Like for example, one of those projects being Project Monarch, which they found they could crack the mind from the womb with different techniques like shock therapy. Even though multiple people have come out and said,
and raping children. That's another way to do it. Huh, it's so weird. We got all this baby raping going on. Wonder what it's all for. Besides these freaks' sexual pleasure. Maybe also making docile fucking compliant people. I don't know.
They were under these horrific experiments since they can remember as children. MK Monarch is treated as a conspiracy theory, something as a myth. What came before MK Ultra was MK Delta, where they used biochemicals in clandestine operations, and this was started back in 1952. When they terminated MK Delta for MK Ultra, they still brought over a lot of research that was conducted under MK Delta, especially a lot of the biochemicals and drugs that were used on individuals under MK Ultra, but it wasn't just drugs. They did the worst of the worst. Physical abuse, mental abuse, and even beyond that to get these people to crack. Sensory deprivation, you name it. And even though MK Delta had pretty much stopped for MK Ultra and some others, it was still pretty much intertwined in it. A lot of these individuals coming from prisons, coming from hospitals, unfortunate members of the public, and even those in the military. Outside of the physical and mental abuse, they were given LSD and chemicals that were found under MK Delta. But they loved the research under MK Delta so much that while they were conducting MK Ultra at the same time, they had a side project going on called MK Naomi. MK Naomi was used to experiment on the mass public with biochemical agents. Matter of fact, Operation Sea Spray was a precursor, or actually a part of MK Naomi. Operation Sea Spray was when the United States Navy spent 6 days spraying Serratia marcescens into the air about 2 miles off the northern coast of California. A lot of people over in San Francisco had gotten sick. The military came out and said, "That's our bad. We did not know Serratia could harm humans. The bug was mostly known for red spots it produced on infested food." And that was their excuse, that this was just a test agent they didn't think could harm humans, but could still give them results. Operation Sea Spray would come back up in the news in 2024 when people were noticing all this mysterious fog they said tasted and smelled like chemicals. There were people that went to the news and stated how being out in this fog gave them flu-like symptoms. They were cramping, having fever, sneezing. I even made a video stating how when I went out there, it gave me a rash. This was also around the same time the whole mysterious drone situation was happening as well, and people caught on camera these drones spraying things into the air. One of the main individuals behind MK Ultra was Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, whose name you're going to hear quite often in this hearing, was a CIA chemist who directed the program's mind control and psychological experiments. This same individual who was behind MK Ultra and said that MK Ultra supposedly had failed was also involved in Operation Sea Spray because of his specialized knowledge
knowledge of chemical and biological dispersal. So you mean to tell me that the United States Navy
And Gottlieb is a fucking Nazi.
the military, had no knowledge that serratia marcescens would cause harm to the public, even though they had somebody on their team that was doing just that to the public with their chemicals under MK This individual, Gottlieb, and of course he's not the only one, there's many involved, many players involved, but he just happens to be one of the more prominent names. They're trying to gaslight the public with the whole, well, if there's something more powerful than MK Ultra or something far more advanced, the government should let us know. There always has been something far more advanced taking the last project's place. That's how it's always worked. Which there was. The last known project outside of Project Monarch was MK Search. This was the direct continuation of MK Ultra, and it was ran by the CIA and the United States Army Chemical Corps between 1965 and 1971. This program focused heavily on offensive biological, chemical, and radioactive agents to manipulate human behavior in support of sensitive intelligence operations. It was broken down under two sub-projects, MK Often and MK Chickwit. MK Often was a project focused on testing the behavioral and toxicological effects of various...
Bro, you know they've got MK Nitwitch at this point. It's where they're just trying to take us, try to take us out.
Drugs and materials on both humans and animals. MK Chickwit was a project tasked with monitoring the pharmaceutical and drug developments in Asia and Europe to source new chemical samples and formulas. So again, it's not that MK Search came along because MK Ultra had failed, it's just that MK Search was bigger with multiple projects beneath it. There's no reason for MK Ultra. They want to make it seem like all these projects are under the umbrella of MK Ultra when in actuality, these are continuations of the last one. And it really makes you wonder what had taken MK Search's place, because MK Search supposedly had ended in 1973. We're talking about we're now in 15.
And they're all, it's like they're spreading out their bet, right? It's like all these different MK Ultra programs are all different slight variations on the same thing. You know, they're like, oh, let's try and do mind control with chemicals. Let's do mind control with 5G. Let's do mind control with propaganda. Let's do mind control with poison food. Let's do mind control with weird gas that we spray in the city.
Years later. It is even possible that the projects after that involved frequencies and radio waves.
The things that we found in other Air Force documents, one in particular was a document put together in '82. The document was called Low Intensity Conflict in Modern Technology, with a foreword by none other than Newt Gingrich. In one section spoke about using radio frequency radiation transmitters for disrupting human thinking, for basically debilitating troops invisibly by being able to bombard them with radio frequency that was tuned to just the right frequency, in just the right waveform, so as to totally disrupt their mental process and basically debilitate those troops.
Stephen Kinzer's right. The technologies that the public sees anyway has gotten vastly better. We're talking about social medias, AI. I definitely believe that social media is one of these projects. Of course it is. I mean, look at Facebook. A lot of people believe that it was started by Mark Zuckerberg when it was actually started by DARPA. As coincidence may have it, DARPA had a project called LifeLog, which was a research project intended to create a comprehensive digital database of a person's everyday life, and it just happened to be terminated on February 4th, 2004, which is the same exact day Mark Zuckerberg launched Facebook. One of the more bizarre things that happened at this MK Ultra hearing is that the NIH, the National Institute of Health, gave a testimony, and nobody knows why.
Did you hear the applause in this room? You think the NIH has a trust problem based on how they handled COVID?
No, I do not. I think that the NIH is beloved by the American people because we know about the advances in human health and cancer treatments and heart disease and diabetes and all of the health gains that the research has produced.
Well, I think you're wrong, ma'am. I think that the public has a serious mistrust issue with the NIH. Do you deny that the NIH tried to cover up the origin of COVID?
I'm not here to testify about that. That's not my area of science. I have no knowledge of that.
Do you believe that the NIH supported masking and social distancing when there was really no science to support that?
What I'm more concerned about is what's happening right now to destroy the Biomedical Research Institute that has been the envy of the world. And right now, we're ceding our leadership in biomedical research to China. That's what's happening right now.
Wait, is this not about MK Ultra anymore?
Covering up harmful
It's a new story.
side effects of vaccines and the role that the NIH has played in that? What do you have to say about that, ma'am?
The U.S. history of human subjects protection has evolved greatly. Numerous research improprieties from the 50s to the 70s in the United States, including the Tuskegee syphilis study, forced Congress to establish formally federally
I'm not asking you about that.
mandated rules.
You know what I'm asking you about? I'm asking you about how NIH handled COVID. Obviously, this is supposed to be a hearing about MK Ultra, but when you gave your opening statement,
What the fuck is going on?
and I don't even know why you were called to this hearing because you didn't offer anything about MK Ultra. But since you are here and you're going to defend NIH, I'm going to call you out on it.
Oh my god. This dude really wants to distract from MK Ultra talk? What is going on?
Do you see now what I'm talking about? When you say that the NIH doesn't have integrity problems and trust issues, did you hear the applause in this room? That should...
Bro, can we talk about MK Ultra? What are we doing?
tell you right now...
Dude, if I ever hear about COVID again, I'm gonna flip Paul's table. I'm going to Paul's house in Mesquite, Nevada, and I'm flipping his fucking dining room table.
You're pretty tone deaf to what the public thinks about how the NIH handled COVID and the cover-up, not only the funding of it, but the cover-up...
Does this count as a second incident, or is this all the same incident? Do I need to go to Paul's house now?
...involved in the after...
Why are you at a hearing that's specifically designed to talk about a 1970s program that supposedly had failed and ended, talking about the C-19? Because this is a in-your-way face to tell you that the C-19 was among other things, it was many things, but one other things was a social mind control program. Stay 6 feet apart, wear your mask, beat your friends and family up, disown them completely if they don't want to get the jab, and people comply.
But that's not... Wait, why was she there? I'm so over COVID. I don't give a fuck about COVID anymore.
Heavily complied. They controlled free speech. They literally had people afraid to say certain things when it came to the C-19. The news is trying to spin this NIH researcher's testimony as something unrelated, but for those that know, this is not unrelated. Then you have these big internet medias like YouTube and especially TikTok. TikTok is its own project altogether. Not only was it designed to lower your attention.
Dude, they literally got MK TikTok, MK Instagram, MK Facebook.
But also hit those dopamine levels, having anybody believe that they could become a star overnight by doing the craziest things ever, the craziest stunts ever, these TikTok challenges. Specifically designed to target the younger generation, a lot of the younger generation are still taking themselves out with these TikTok challenges. Now we have AI. AI is one of their biggest and best mind control projects as of yet. They have people's realities completely distorted. People do not know what's real or what's fake anymore. This is why they've given us such powerful AI. I remember there was a time where you could say that, oh, just look at the person's hands and things like that. You can tell the video is AI, but now it's getting better and better to the point it almost perfectly replicates what a person looks like and now even says. It can match their voice quality, all just to blur the lines of reality, and they can control that. They know with fake stories and fake videos, they can control the emotions of the public. This is why everything is becoming digital. They can't change and distort what's physical, what we're actually holding with our own hands, but they can definitely change what's stored online. This is why people are noticing that a book all the way back, I believe in either 2004 or 2006, is talking about TikTok that came out in 2016. This very interesting video comes from Pre-Mr.
Mistakes were meant to be made. I hope you know that. It's what gives you the proof you were looking for and the wisdom to never do it again. I know I say this all the time, but one of life's many blessings that we ignore is the fact that we get to learn from the mistakes of the people that came before us. But soon, we won't have that same luxury. A book that came out in 2006 references TikTok. TikTok didn't come out till 2016. That's a 10-year difference. But how did they do it? How did they change the wording in a book that was already printed? They didn't. They changed the digital version. Now, in my last video, I tried to stress the importance of physical media and the ownership of it, because when you own nothing and everything is digitized, how will you know what the original is? Disney has done this multiple times, but for example, in the show called Lilo and Stitch, there's a scene that they changed where Lilo hides in a dryer from her sister. But I understand. Kids started hiding in their dryers, and that's not safe. In Netflix, they have a show called 13 Reasons Why, where they changed a very explicit scene, but I understand. The scene was a little explicit. In Grand Theft Auto, the remaster of Vice City, they changed the shirt on a character. He had a Confederate flag on his shirt, and they changed it to a skull, but I understand, because maybe that's too offensive nowadays. But my thing is, what happens when we no longer understand? Better yet, what happens when we don't even know that they did it or don't remember? You see, when you play with fire, you get burnt. That's the proof of your mistakes. But remember,
dude, he's doing camera turns. That's awesome.
That fire was hot.
I need to start doing that.
That's the wisdom. All you got to do is go back. And physical media gave us that wisdom. All we had to do was go back. And now we're moving into a time, into a future where there will be no physical media and no ownership. Everything will be digitized and licensed so they can change it whenever and to whatever they feel like it at any time. That creates a society of people that need to see, play, view, and consume everything as soon as it comes out, and fear that it won't be the same the next time they go around to check for it. In a society with no patience, no archive, no proof, and no shared memory will always be the easiest to manipulate, because they have no choice but to trust the version that is given to them. In the meantime, I hope you have a wonderful day. You know I love you, and I'll see you tomorrow. But if I don't, stay out of trouble.
In this digital era that we're in, where less and less things are becoming physical, this gives them whole new ways to control the mind, control the flow of information, control what they want us to see and know. But here's what's even creepier. I made a video before about the Cosby Show. There was a scene where Theo and his girlfriend were talking about Joan of Arc. But if you were to watch the streaming version, that scene is no longer available. It was changed.
Sneak off somewhere.
Just even wasn't what it looked like. Here it goes. We were rehearsing Joan of Arc.
What the heck? Joan of Arc kissing anybody. You show me anywhere Joan of Arc kissing somebody, then we have no problem.
When it came to the streaming version, an AI took over and re-edited that scene to make it less controversial by taking out Joan of Arc. The AI created a whole new scene, and I'm sure a lot of people were not aware unless you put both scenes side by side. So they still have the public under mind control to this day, under different forms, under different sub-projects, but they are full steam ahead, probably more so now than ever before, and the government is fully aware. In this hearing, they're doing the whole maybe, could be, they might be. No, they are.
Greatly appreciate your work there. I was intrigued by one of the statements that you made. Based on your research of the MK Ultra program, they were actually successfully able to replace memories. And because of that, I'm wondering if, and Dr. Kinzer, you can chime in if you have any knowledge of this, did the program continue, and do you think that the program in some aspect is still continuing today?
I mean, again, we don't even have to ask this individual, just see what they're talking about at the World Economic Forum. A lot of the mind control is also in the music industry, Hollywood, so it's kind of creepy to know that the last project they talk about was 50 years ago. The interesting part is if the government came out and listed the names of the projects that came after MK's search, but these projects also included Hollywood, the music industry, video games, the internet, social media, AI, would people, the public, give this stuff up? And I highly doubt it. And outside of technologies, what about the food industry? There's a lot of chemicals that go into these foods. We have the Monsanto Act, which protects Monsanto and a lot of these companies when it comes to GMOs being placed into foods. What role does food play when it comes to being under a mind control project? Or I shouldn't say what role does it play, because we know the role that it plays, but what is the name of the actual project that it's under?
They don't need to put a chip in you to control you. All they need is a frequency. And the crazy part, the proof is sitting in U.S. patents for anyone to read. In 1992, U.S. Patent 5159703, it laid out a way to send silent subliminal messages straight into your subconscious. No speaker, no headphones, nothing. Then there's U.S. Patent 6587729, a system to change brain waves remotely, targeting frequencies. That's the backbone of what's known as V2K, voice to skull.
V2K,
now imagine a whole
voice
crowd
to
suddenly
wait.
feeling anxious, restless, or compliant, and no one can explain why. That's not paranoia, that's technology. And once they can influence what's in your head, they can push you towards purchase. They can push you towards a belief, or even a vote without you even realizing it. Your frequency is your shield. If you do not know how to protect it, you're already at risk. The patents are public. You need to read them. And if you want steps to protect your mind, my frequency trap guide, the link is in my bio.
That video came from Lost to Love Life, and yeah, frequencies is one other biggest things. They have been doing this for quite some time now. Just take a look at this older video clip and imagine how far they have come since this video clip.
You can't hear this. It's going to, I haven't turned it on yet. When I do, it's going to blast out a 65 kilohertz beam. Because the wavelength is so small, it doesn't spread. Because 65 kilohertz has a wavelength like that. So it's going to be, in that sense, similar to a laser. It just comes right out as a beam. Now, how do we make that audible? Well, they put a modulation on top of the 65 kilohertz. There's a modulation. And now, here's the next thing I have to tell you. That 65 kilohertz is very high amplitude. It won't hurt you, we don't think. Okay? You certainly can't hear it, and we don't think it'll hurt you. And it's very high amplitude. And what happens when you have two sound waves like this, sound plus sound can create sound, but only at high amplitudes. At low amplitudes, sound waves just travel right through each other. You may be sort of familiar with this. But at high amplitude, you can create sound. So what happens in this apparatus is the audio sound, the sound that you're going to hear, is actually created in the beam, not here. And because it's created in the beam and it stays in the beam, we have a beam of sound. So let me demonstrate this for you. Let me turn it on. And I'm going to find the piece of music that we like. Yeah. You may not like it. The Eagles? You like the Eagles? Okay, good. Oh, we have a friendly audience this year. Yeah. I think they're just saying it to make us feel better. Right. All right. It's worth the $2,000. It's not our money. Now, the sound that you're hearing is being created in this beam. It almost sounds like it's coming from your head. So let me try to scan the whole audience here so everybody gets to hear this. Absolutely remarkable. Pete, are you getting it? Let's try to, one more thing. Let's try to bounce it off the wall. Raise your hand if you can very clearly hear it. I'm going to try to bounce it off the wall. Look at where the hands are raised. You can't hear this. It's going to, I haven't turned it on yet. When I do, it's going to blast out a 65 kilohertz beam. Because the wavelength is so small.
And it goes back a lot farther than that with things like Voice to Skull. This video comes from Too Much of a Coincidence.
We went from Operation Wandering Soul during Vietnam to Voice to Skull technology within a couple of years. Operation Wandering Soul was a PSYOP campaign that was carried out by U.S. soldiers during Vietnam. It played off of Vietnamese spiritual beliefs, especially with death in the afterlife. The U.S. and South Vietnam forces created these eerie ghost recordings. There was ghostly cries and wails and voices all in Vietnamese, designed to sound like the voices of dead Viet Cong soldiers. They were hoping to lower morale or prompt desertions or at least disrupt sleep. Now, reports on how well this worked are kind of mixed. I think they should have just used the Voice to Skull technology that was already available. After the Vietnam War, the military and intelligence agencies continued their research into non-lethal weapons and crowd control methods. There are declassified documents from the 70s all the way through the 90s that shows interest in things like acoustic weapons, infrasound, microwave auditory effects, and subliminal messaging. This research is often tied to DARPA and the CIA, with projects like SSSS, Silent Sound Spread Spectrum, and the Psychological Operations Doctrine. One of the most interesting is the Fry effect, or otherwise known as the voice of God tech. This is the microwave auditory effect, and it is a well-documented phenomenon. It is where people can hear sounds or speech that is directly produced inside their head. This is when they're exposed to certain pulsed microwave frequencies. The Fry effect is named after Dr. Alan Fry, and he was the first one to publish about it in 1961. That's right, 1961. And this is how it works. When pulsed microwave energy hits the human head, it causes a very slight rapid heating of the tissue. This heating causes tiny thermoelastic expansions that occur in the brain and the inner ear. These expansions create acoustic waves inside the skull, which the auditory system interprets as sound, even though no sound wave is entering through the ear from the outside. And the result is perceived clicking or buzzing, could be hissing, or if encoded correctly, could sound like words. Now, the sound is not subconscious. It's consciously heard, but it seems to be coming from inside the head instead of externally. Now, the U.S. military funded research to see if they could use this in voice transmission or as a non-lethal weapon. And there are declassified documents from the 70s and the 80s showing these experiments. And this is where the rumors of the voice of God tech came from. And of course, there is no public proof that this has ever been used on civilians. But I personally think it's crazy to think that we've had this technology since 1961 and it's never been expanded, explored, or used.
Exactly. If they had that type of technology back then, just imagine what they're doing today, how it's being casted today from our phone screens, our computer screens, and just how many people are being impacted by this, like this video clip from Eric Munoz.
All right, so I wanted to let you guys know that it's very likely they're going to start deploying this weapon. This is a real weapon.
Voice to skull.
Is real. They're going to start deploying this weapon more and more. And if people are telling you they're hearing these things, you might want to take them seriously.
Hundreds of people in the valley say they are hearing voices in their heads. And those voices are being transmitted by microwave or other methods.
Well, several viewers asked us to investigate what they call electronic harassment. KMIR 6's Angela Monroe joins us now with what she's discovered. Angela.
Electronic harassment, synthetic telepathy, voice-to-skull technology. Chances are you haven't heard of these terms, but after searching the internet, I found dozens of websites dedicated to the phenomenon and several Valley residents who say they're victims.
How much more can you invade me than to go into my brain?
It sounds like somebody else is reading the book, only it's thoughts.
We're not having a group hallucination. This is actually something that's happening.
These men all live in the area, didn't know each other before the voices started, and say someone is playing mind games with them.
Mostly it's a lot of derogatory comments about whatever you're thinking about.
Only time I ever had a whole sentence, he said, "This is not about you," which just frosted me. If it's not about me, what the hell am I going through all this for?
Kevin Bond says he used to have a normal life.
I was living in the San Diego area. I was clerking for a federal judge, and I noticed...
Oh, and the shit's happening in 29 Palms? Bro, that's a fucking military base. 29 Palms is right outside of fucking Joshua Tree, and it's a fucking military base.
That I was being followed by a whole bunch of people.
According to the websites, what Bond is describing is called gang stalking. He moved to Palm Springs to escape.
I started hearing, as you'll hear, hearing voices and what they'll call voice to skull or microwave hearing.
Bob Stansfield says his experience was similar and started a decade ago.
They were active in following me around here, and I started hearing the voices a little bit after the vehicular stalking.
Randall Ringer says the voices started when he was undergoing chemotherapy.
The first thing that was said was Randall Ringer. And I sat up straight and I went to into the bathroom and I looked in the mirror. looked myself in the eyes and I said, did that
In
really
the
happen?
eyeballs.
Bond says he's found more than 300 victims locally and is tracking others across the state through billboards. In Johnson Valley, a Freedom House just opened to help people who believe they are being targeted.
To many of you who find yourselves the object of covert harassment, that there is hope and that you are not alone, and that we are striving to find legislation and we're working towards freedom for all.
Jarek Robinson leads a national group called Freedom from Covert Harassment and Surveillance. He says he knows who's playing mind games.
Rogue government officials that are sponsoring this, also corrupt business officials, and private citizens.
And he also told us how.
Most of it is delivered by microwave, and I believe it's satellite delivered, whether someone is on a remote location using a laptop or next door using the desktop.
Bond says neurotransmitter chips that run off body electricity have been inserted into some people.
And they assign cell phone numbers to them. The cell phone numbers are then run through a computer, and a computer translates your thoughts. This crime has been available to the military for 60 years.
Yeah, so I used to think all of these people were crazy, not so much anymore. But one thing I was thinking as I was watching that, do you think it's possible that they might put a voice into a whole bunch of modern day Christians' heads? A bunch of people that know that Jesus is coming back. Do you think it's possible that you might be hearing a voice that you think is God? And it might not be, but it's part of.
And instead, that God voice sounds like lispy ass Peter Thiel, going
Project Bluebeam. Do you think that's a possibility? Anyway, type your comments below.
Oh my God! Hold on. I want to get mad for a second. Where did it go? Where the fuck did it go?
Welcome to Real.
Wait. Also, I forgot. This is the new InfoWars. Nick Lutzko did the theme song for it, so I'm conflicted because the theme song rules and it's a funny idea, but then this whole premise fucking is stupid.
We're proud to introduce to you our official mascot, the InfoWars elf. He's made of cartoon. I drew him myself. Well, I stayed up all night drawing, and I put it in the computer, and I wrote this entire song. And I got an email from corporate that said the InfoWars elf is not a direction they're interested in exploring. Forget that I mentioned the InfoWars elf, a swing and a miss. The headline is this: welcome to Real InfoWars.
I'm your host, Tim Heidecker. We have officially taken over InfoWars now. This is a new dawn. You think that Alex Jones gorged himself on Whataburger? You're saying 5 triple cheeseburgers and how many fry boxes? They know more than you, and yet you don't provide any evidence. So I think you're the one that's full of shit. Fake news sites are going to be running with this wild.
This is 50 minutes long.
Wow, they're going to be running wild with this story. We have leaked video now revealing that Alex Jones.
The government, politicians, the media.
Seeing your YouTube homepage makes me want to delete my Google account, not gonna lie. What, because it's so cucked?
They're silencing the truth.
Because the truth is dangerous.
They don't want their secrets revealed.
This is exactly the kind of conversation they don't want us to have.
We could be killed.
Or worse.
I want to delete my Google account too.
And we should all be very afraid.
Yes.
For 35 years, I was part of the problem.
Yes. 35 years, I was part of the problem. 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 35 years
a mouthpiece for the mainstream media, spewing their lies and kissing their feet, all while they turn me into something I'm not.
What's the end game?
But now I'm free of my corporate shackles, and my only business.
Wait, this InfoWars stream isn't even Tim Heidecker. It's like 10 minutes of nonsense.
Yeah. Speaking of, if JFK, because this has changed the.
Bullshit.
I think we can both agree.
Admit it. Your whole argument is bullshit.
No, I'm not going to admit that my whole argument is bullshit.
Then you're a fraud.
No, look, I stand by my claim.
Sorry, I missed that. I was just looking at a hilarious picture. People always send me hilarious pictures. Just one of the ways that my life is great and can't be improved.
You might think.
This whole thing is kind of like The Onion, where the headlines are funny and then you read the article and you're like, yeah, the headline was funny. I don't need all this. That's what this all kind of feels like.
Your life is perfect. But trust me, deep down, there's a hole. You don't know how to fill it. Everything you tried is just not doing it.
You don't know me!
Come here. Come here.
Free Amazon stuff trick. When your thing is out for delivery, click this. Wait till he does something strange.
Alright, there is an opening. Okay, time to get nude.
Oh, make a new banner? Yeah, I haven't thought about that in years. I could take a look at it. Put Tyler and Paul in there. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, wow.
What is this, dude? This is 15 minutes into the show. I don't even do this kind of bullshit to you guys. Turn your gold into piss. Oh man, this InfoWars is just the Onion. It's just the Onion now. What is this? We stand by our decision. Okay, the InfoWars elf shit is the only funny shit, and that's because it's Nick Lutzko. We stand by our decision to reject the InfoWars elf as our mascot, but value you as an independent thinker. Oh, it makes it pointless to share anything when we all get the same feeds. Yeah, you're seeing the fucking the man behind the curtain. I know. Sound off in the comments if you'd like to see more InfoWars Elf and would like us to reconsider. I'm not falling for your trap. Okay, here we go. 18 minutes
New
in.
InfoWars. I'm your host, Tim Heidecker. We have officially taken over InfoWars now. We are in charge of InfoWars. This is a new dawn, a new era. We're turning the page and we're forgetting the past, but we must always remember.
Oh, wait, he's Tim Heidecker? He's not Alex Jones? Oh, what's all this for? Also, he's not committing to it enough. He needs to shave his head.
The past.
He needs a stubbly head.
Leads us towards the future. We got so much to get to today. This is the emergency broadcast. Thanks for joining us. It's the only place you're going to get the
1
truth.
minute warning.
And we're happy to provide it for you. We're going to take a couple of calls later on, and we're going to.
What's the 9/11 song? Let me know.
Get to the bottom of some things here. First of all, I just want a couple of quick things happening in the world out there. I've been talking about soybeans for a while. Soybeans, not a natural, not a organic product. It is a genetically engineered farming substitute for nutrition. It's established in 1928, 1 year before the Great Depression. You only have to do the math there to figure out why.
They're gonna make multiple episodes of this? I don't know, man. I don't know about this.
Infiltrated every single aspect of our diet. I don't care if you are trying to eat a Snickers bar or a carrot. It's got soybeans in it. Even our water, they're saying now, has trace elements of soybeans. This happened just last week. This is coming in from KIRO7 in Washington State. Soybean spill into...
Happy 9/11. Is this real or just a joke? I can't even tell. I mean, but that's the thing is, this is the fault. Remember, there was an announcement like 2 weeks ago, and then they made this. This is the first 18 minutes were all pre-roll or like pre-taped shit, pre-taped Onion headlines, and then it's like 30 minutes of fake Alex Jones reading Onion articles. I don't know. Happy 9/11.
I know a man who gave.
Smoke 'em if you got them. This is Slow Down, Gandhi.
There once was a song called Arrest the President. Contemporary music, a hit with the kids, it was a top 10. I wasn't pop
What
then,
is
so I
wrong
missed
with
the
this
bus a bit.
voice?
But
He's doing
politics
Alex
was on
Jones.
everybody's hot this summer list. And the cool kids were all rocking votes. I shit you not, I was pistol whipping cops for hip hop. Yeah, I'm a soapbox, yelling into megaphones, killing hard rocks, using carcasses as stepping stones. Had a promise that I'd stop holding my marches the day that Chris Columbus got crucified in golden arches. My pedestal was too tall to climb off. In fact, that's the reason for the high horse. And from up here, I see Marines and Hummers on a conquest. Underdogs with wonder bras in a push-up contest. All for the sake of military recruitment. It felt like Kent State the way they targeted the students. I gallop off, whistling Ohio. The rest of them stuck doing stand-up at a cricket convention. Who would they die for? Who would they die? Is it the same machine that leaves equality of life for? An abominable colony of cyborgs clogging up the property that I walk with eyesores. That clever ad campaign ain't worth the time taken for minimum wage labor. I don't care how half naked or fake she looks. She smells like dirty cash and aged paper books. So what she die for? Slow down, Gandhi, you're killing them. Slow down, Gandhi, you're killing Now it's whistleblower versus the pistol holder. Case dismissed. They'll lock you up and throw away the key witness. Justice is the whim of a judge. Check his chest density. It leaves much room for error, and the rest left to destiny. The West Memphis 3 lost paradise. It's death penalty versus suicidal tendencies. All I wanted was a fucking Pepsi. Institution. Making you think you're crazy is $1 billion industry. If they could sell sanity in a bottle, they'd be charging for compressed air. They're marketing healthcare. They demonize welfare. Middle class eliminated. Rich get richer till the poor get educated. But some of y'all still haven't grown into your face, and your face doesn't quite match your head. And I'm waiting for a brain to fill the dead space that's left. You're all give me ethnicity or give me dread. Trust a funny and rebel without a cause for alarm. Cause when push turns to shove, you jump into your forefather's arms. He's a banker, you're part of the system. Off go the dreadlocks, in comes the income, the briefcase, the sickness, the symptom. When the cameras start rolling, stay the fuck out of the picture, pilgrim. Briefcase, the sickness, the symptom. The cameras start rolling. Slow down, Gandhi, you're killing them. Mr. Save the world, spare us the details. Save the females from losing interest. And Miss Save the universe, you're a damsel in distress. Tied down to a track of isolated incidents. Generalize my disease, I need a taste of what it's like. Living off the fat of kings, I play the scab at your hunger strike. Hunger strike, hunger strike, hunger strike, hunger strike, hunger strike. Slow down, Gandhi, you're killing them. One love, one life, one too many victims. Republican, Democrat, one party system. Media goes in a frenzy, they're stripped of their credentials. Presidential candidates can't debate over this instrumental. Let them freestyle, winner takes all. When the music's dead, I'll have Ted Nugent's head hanging on my wall. Kill one of ours, we'll kill one of yours. With some friendly fire, that's a funny term, like Civil War. 6 in the morning, police at my crib. Now my nights consist of 2 toothpicks and eyelids, a crucifix and vitamins, music that is pirated, new flavored food made of mutated hybrids. They tell me that it's not that bad. It fucks you up good, but it's not that bad. They hold on to these tales till it's the dog that wags. God save us all if he lets the cat out the bag. Who's the one to blame for the strain of my vocal cords? Who can pen a hateful threat but can't hold a sword?
Wait, Saint Siren, it's not official that Mitch McConnell died, right?
It's the same who complain about the global war but can't overthrow the local joker that they voted for. They call the shots, but they're not in the line of fire. I call the cops, but they break in the line of duty. Let's call a stop to the abuse of authority. The truth keeps calling me, and I'ma live to tell the story. So look for truth, quit seeking forgiveness. You need to cut the noose, but you don't believe in scissors. You support the troops, but wearing yellow ribbons. Just bring home my motherfucking brothers and sisters, cause they don't call the shots, but they're in the line of fire. I'd like to call the cops, but they break in the line of duty. It's time to call a stop to the abuse of authority. The truth keeps calling me, and I'ma live to tell the story.
You bought 4 tubs of ice cream when Cheney died? Yeah, I think once Mitch McConnell dies, you gotta buy 5 ice creams. I need to make room for 4 tubs of ice cream just in case.
Coming from a farm, reaching with your arm, come away with me to another ranch. We can rely on a tree branch.
Greeting is on.
Hell yeah. Sick, dude.
Grass right there.
Okay, is there a clear line of sight between the tent and the top of the Losi Center, the rooftop?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Give us some highlights. We need short highlights.
Chad Grumander, Ryan McBride, David Sturgeon.
Mr. Robinson, good morning. For the record, the court also recognizes...
Mr. Robinson, thank you for performing in these proceedings today. Thank you for acting in this role. The court thanks you. The jurors thank you for your performance. Erica thanks you as a scene partner.
the presence of Miss Erica
What's up,
Kirk.
Twitchy?
Miss Kirk, good morning.
Why are you twitching?
First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain
Boodle Skirp
security
is
and decorum,
twitching like a little...
any individual who exits
twitching
the
around, bro.
courtroom during proceedings will not...
She's always got twitchy back. It's always when she's like, I'm a predator. I'm gonna hunt my sister.
not be permitted to re-enter until the recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication.
Hold on, Buddha. I just want to show everybody you. I just want to show everybody you. She's so cute. Look at her. Okay, you want down? She's such a Godzilla, bro. She's so big. That's why she's mad at Kiddo. She's like, there's only room enough for one fatty up in here.
Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid the inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. In addition, the microphones at your tables have been turned off. Again, in an attempt to try to minimize the possibility of any of the communications being captured. I ask that if you are speaking, that you come to the lectern, and that microphone will be live. And so that's the best way that we can hear you, and it is captured on the record.
The lectrum.
All right. Second, the court will address the camera operator, and the court knows there is no still photographer for today's proceedings pursuant to the court's ruling from last week. To our camera operator, would you please approach the lectrum? My microphone, there we go. Now it's back on. Could you state your name for the record?
John Wilson, KSL News.
Mr. Wilson, what duties will you perform today?
Shooting the proceeding according to the decorum order.
All right. And have you had a chance to fully review the court's standing decorum order?
I have, sir.
All right. And you understand all the requirements set forth in that order as it applies to your activities today?
Yes, sir.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust the equipment to ensure compliance?
No, sir.
Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with today's with the order or with any of the court's instructions?
No, sir.
He says, yeah, I think this is a sham trial. I think that Tyler Robinson wasn't even actually there, and this is all fake, and Charlie Kirk is still alive. That'd be so baller.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate you being here. Next, turning to the amended motion to allow the use of portable electronic devices filed by the news media and their counsel. The court appreciates the order. We're on the fourth floor. In addition, each person who is in attendance will be afforded from everyone, and not the.
Is there no fucking highlight reel?
We are tracking several major top stories that are happening throughout the day today, one of them being that Tyler Robinson, the person accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk, will be in court for a preliminary hearing. And we are seeing that a joint statement has been released by the families of Erica and Charlie Kirk. Take a look at this, a social media post courtesy of Matt Finn. He says, new, Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk's family release a joint statement ahead of the preliminary hearing today in UT statement on behalf of Charlie Kirk's immediate family, his parents Robert and Catherine, his wife Erica, and his sister Mary. That statement goes on to say, quote, Charlie was a beloved husband, son, brother, friend, and father. Every court proceeding serves as a painful reminder of his death and the loss that has irrevocably impacted our lives and the lives of his children. We remain deeply grateful for the support, prayers, and kindness we have received. This outpouring has sustained us during the darkest days of our lives. Out of respect for the judicial process,
these are the days of our lives.
We will not be commenting further at this time. We ask for continued privacy as we navigate this process of immense grief.
The Discord link expires every fucking 6 days or something. That's why. Haters. Dude's a cuck.
I want to bring up some of this footage here and just provide a little bit more background context as to this entire situation here. Now, this key hearing kicks off today in the murder case.
Look at this good little Mormon boy.
And the murder of Charlie Kirk. It's going to be happening in Utah, where prosecutors aim to convince a judge they have enough evidence to try the man accused of killing him and seek the death penalty.
No way did this little nerd shoot him from like 200 yards away.
Man you see there on your screen, well, this is Charlie Kirk. The one you just saw is Tyler Robinson, the suspect in question. Now, the 5-day preliminary hearing will mark the most significant presentation of evidence in the case so far, and the first time that Kirk's parents and
judges are fake as fuck. It's honestly gross that all the lawyers have to say "Your Honor" every time they talk to them.
No, Erica
Yes,
Kirk.
Your Honor. Your Honor, Your Honor, Your Honor.
Will be in the courtroom with the defendant. Tyler Robinson, 23 years old, is charged with aggravated murder in the September 10th assassination of Kirk, a conservative activist and ally of President Trump, at Utah Valley University. Robinson turned himself in a day after the shooting, and prosecutors allege
the best part, that's my favorite part, is that the FBI didn't even catch him. He's only caught because he turned himself in.
He confessed in a note left for his roommate, who was also his romantic partner, that read, quote, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. Robinson has not yet entered a plea, and his attorneys have not commented on his guilt or innocence. They have, however, sought to get the death penalty taken off the table. So far,
wait, he hasn't entered a plea? Don't you have to do that?
Unsuccessfully. The proceeding will resemble a mini trial, but prosecutors need only demonstrate that they are reasonable grounds to believe that Robinson killed Kirk. The standard is lowered for an actual trial, where prosecutors have to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Wait, this isn't even a real trial? What is this? I'm so confused.
Taking us back to another social media post, courtesy of Fox News correspondent Matt Finn. He says this, in the assassination of Charlie Kirk tomorrow, so today, begins the crucial process of what's expected to be a 5-day preliminary hearing in Provo, Utah. It will determine whether there's a probable cause to move forward with a murder trial, which of course everyone assumes there is. Tyler Robinson is charged with aggravated murder and faces the death penalty. Robinson's legal team has tried multiple strategies to keep delaying this preliminary hearing and get death off the table. Charlie's parents and Erica Kirk are expected to attend. And we do believe that we are going to have some cameras there inside of the courtroom. All of that coverage starts later on this morning. I believe we'll get access to some of those live images at around 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. But stay with us here.
Whatever, dude. What is this? Spiritually depraved and misery-inducing landscapes of North America. Crime pays, but botany doesn't.
Hi, this is Tony. On today's episode of soul-crushing and spiritually depressing landscapes of North America, we got a real banger coming at you straight out of far Texas. Let's go check it out.
Already getting started with this extensive spread of St. Augustine grass, which requires a lot of moisture to stay alive when it's summer 11 months out of the year. Great way to piss away your slowly declining water reserves. Reservoirs are already going dry in the region. Look at what's happening to Corpus Christi. Great way to piss this away on a crop you're not going to eat and otherwise not going to use, and most people aren't going to pay attention to because they're going to be driving by it at 30 miles per hour. But the sense of desperation and wanting to give up doesn't stop there. Let's look at some of these dying trees they put in. Now, these are non-native oaks. They're native to a few 100 miles east of here. Probably gets twice the annual rainfall that we get here. We only get 20 inches. And so they're slowly dying due to the heat, all right? It also doesn't get as hot where these grow natively as it does here. So, but that's not a problem to worry about. You're just going to wrap the tree well, which is lined with plastic, by the way. Wrap the tree well in a few let's do a few rounds of half-inch irrigation drip on it, and don't worry about it. All right, good luck. It's not going to work. The leaves are very glossy. They don't have any pubescence whatsoever on the undersides. A lot of the native plants have evolved strategies to cope with the intense climate down here, one of the most extreme climates in North America. And so a lot of the natives have evolved, a coating of tiny hairs on the leaves, which help mitigate the effects of sun, drying winds, and water stress, or they've got a thick layer of wax. This tree has neither. I expect it'll be dead in probably, I don't know, let's say 6 months to a year. We also have this wonderful expanse of black asphalt, which heats up to about 160 degrees Fahrenheit in the sun. Remember, it is summer for about 11 months out of the year here. It's here, it is mid-March. It's already 95 degrees. That's going to be cooking. You could probably, cook a plate of rice or some eggs on that come July. Now look at this tree. It's already on its way out. This is a wonderful example of it. This is either Quercus fusiforme or Quercus virginica. Now both are native to a few hundred miles north and east of here, where they get much more rain. Not enough rain down here. You can also see this thing is already half dead because it was ripped out of the ground with a tree spade at a tree farm. And when the tree spade ripped it out, it severed all the feeder roots, since most of the roots that do absorption on a tree are on the distal ends, not in the center. They're on the distal ends where the root hairs are. And so when they ripped this out, they already kind of gave it a death sentence. And so it's going to be here and slowly die. Now you might be asking, why would they plant the tree that's going to slowly die? Well, this is actually a very popular model throughout much of the United States because you can charge a lot more money for larger specimens, even though it makes more sense, from a physiological standpoint, for anybody who knows their botany, to plant small. When you plant the small 1 to 2 or 3 gallon max plant, it's going to get established quicker, okay? And it hasn't been tortured in a pot. The roots aren't going to be coiling around the bottom, and it hasn't been ripped out of the ground with a tree spade. Once you plant that smaller plant, it'll take way less time to get established. And once it gets established, then it really starts taking off, and it'll grow faster. I bet you could plant a 3-gallon oak next to this thing, and by the time this is fully dead, that 3-gallon oak will be that tall anyway. Probably like another year and a half, maybe 2 years. I don't know. Who knows? Either way, wonderful job on making it look as depressing as humanly possible. This is terrible. I mean, I said, wow, how did they do that? Look, it's already dead, okay? Now, of course, it looks a lot
All of our struggles are the same.
Better for a landscaping job, and surely the landscaper got paid probably a couple $100,000 to do this shit, which is a crime unto itself. But hey, we're pissing away a few $1 billion every day in Iran. Why the fuck not? This is nothing. This is chump change to that. So, but you can see that really does look terrible, and you see this common, throughout the United States. People don't understand that you plant.
Yeah, this is the most. This guy is a Da Bears transplant in Texas for sure. Why can't I not take that accent seriously for anything other than the Bears football announcer? Yeah. Although I heard they're gonna move to Indiana, right? They're gonna move to fucking Gary, Indiana. The Gary, Indiana Bears. Was that real?
The trees get established faster, they take off. They want, overnight results. They want the reveal. This gives you a good reveal, even though it's going to slowly decline until it eventually dies. You probably a year left on this thing. Let's move over to this bed. This is pretty terrible. Now, this shrub, which is certainly all the same clone, half of them are dead already, and they've got it hedged into looking like molars. It really looks terrible. Uniform lines, even spacing. They love that shit, these fucking landscapers. Now, this hedge is wax myrtle. It's a morella species, which is actually native to the United States, right? But the southeastern United States, where you get much higher rainfall, maybe 40 to 60 inches, we get about half that here. So it's condemned to death as well, but they got irrigation watering this stuff, right? So it might be a prolonged death. It's going to take a little bit longer to die than if you just planted it without irrigation. I'll give them that. Now we got the dyed mulch, okay, because regular wood chips wouldn't be enough. They have to dye it so it looks uniform. We've also got this bleak vinyl edging in here too, just like we saw in the tree well back there. Totally pointless, doesn't do anything. When a guy on his riding lawnmower comes and hits this thing, he'll shred that into a bunch of plastic bits, add microplastics into the ground, out into the parking lot, wherever. That'll look really good. No one's going to pay attention to this, again, because no one's paying attention to the landscaping in most human developments anyways. Really terrible, despite the weed fabric that surely exists beneath these wood chips. One of the aggressive amaranthus species, spinach family, Amaranthaceae, was still able to pop up through it.
Oh, amaranth! I know that from fucking Red Dead Redemption.
and
bro, I haven't played video games in forever, but Red Dead Redemption, I used to love just collecting shit. I just go around and collect all the plants, collect all the different animals, all the fish, all the birds. That game is awesome.
Do its thing. And honestly, I mean, it's a terrible weed, but
and honestly, fucking everyone's like, oh, GTA 6. Fuck that shit. Red Dead Redemption 3. Stat.
It looks better than all this shit that they've planted here. Now let's look over here, because this is a nice contrast. Now you can see right there we have our native mesquite, Neltuma glandulosa, formerly in the genus Prosopis, and it's thriving, it's flowering. I bet I could go over there and do a survey of 20 to 25 really cool native insect pollinator species, and it's got no trouble at all growing in this heat. They look great throughout most of the year. It takes a lot to make a mesquite look like shit. Okay, it takes a lot of drought, like prolonged drought.
Dude, honestly, this all looks way better. This prairie shit, fuck yeah, dude. Prairie all day. I'm not about this shit.
And so it would have made more sense just to leave that in a ground, because surely there were more mesquites all throughout this bleak landscape before the bulldozers came in here. But again, it would have made too much sense, right? You can see that tree's providing ample shade. It's covered in flowers, insect-pollinated flowers, so they're not going to cause allergies, because only wind-pollinated flowers cause allergies. Still have to explain that to some of the dummies in the room, but you can't fault them because we've all been alienated from nature in the first place and from
Damn, bro is spitting.
Plant life itself, right? We think plant life's got to look like this hideous garbage, like this bullshit, and then we see stuff like that that's literally built via natural selection to thrive in this region. We see that and we say, oh, it's messy, we got to get rid of it and bulldoze it. Not too fucking bright, pretty depressing, but this is something I think about every day in my life, and you just gotta get used to it. But look at that thing, it's thriving. I gotta love the mesquites. right? They send down roots super deep, edible food source from the fruits, those leguminous pods. You can eat the pulp around the bean, and happy as a pig and shit in full sun. Major habitat tree. That's what you call a keystone species. Okay, I'm talking too smart here. We got to focus on the bleak. Let's get back to this. Now stepping across.
All right. This dude fucking rules. I love him. Let's do our dessert. John Levi. We'll probably wrap up after this. This is kind of a long one.
So
You guys like this? You want to watch the rest?
It's the road here. Let's take a look at this because they really did a good job on this shithole. So this is, you can see we still have the lawn.
This is pretty fun, actually.
Pissing away precious water reserves. No lawn should look like that right now, okay? We have not gotten rain, significant rain in a few months. We're in a bad drought right now. So again, they're pissing away precious water reserves of the region. And you know, again, water reserves are declining all over South Texas. I had a friend who wanted to move here, but he got scared because he said there's no fucking water, and that's gonna cause a lot of problems, if not exorbitantly high costs in the living costs for everybody in the state. And so, I mean, he's a very smart guy. He knew not to move here because the water issues are going to be bad. But anyway, whatever. Maybe they'll build a desalination plant, which is, you know, very energy intensive and costly. Whatever. It's pretty shit for brain too, but it's better than running out of water. But anyway, it's good to see that we are pissing away so much water to keep this useless crop looking green.
We'll turn on John Levi in a minute.
That's the only reason they're doing it, just so it looks green. So, you know, when the races come by, whatever this is, I don't even pay attention to what these buildings are, what businesses in them. They'll probably be gone in a year or two anyway. I know over there it was like a surgery center or something, or it's health offices. But either way, you know, people that are coming here aren't even paying attention to this.
Fucking health offices, bro, in the most soul-sucking places.
They might as well just spray paint it green. I mean, go for full bleakness. Don't half-ass it. Go big or go home. So we're keeping this turf grass alive, which is mostly Bermuda. At least makes a little more sense than using St. Augustine, because Bermuda's shit too, but it doesn't require as much water. Now let's look at this over here. Now this is what you call a tropical plant. What is the genus and species? We don't know. Doesn't matter. It's probably never going to flower anyway, and surely these are all the same clone. We've also got this wonderful rock mulch of cobbles that were no doubt trucked in from a few hundred miles away, and then 2 or 3 inches beneath that, we've got the plastic weed fabric to make sure that the soil stays biologically inactive and the roots don't break it up. You don't want any weeds growing here breaking up the nice visual array of lines and even spacing. And again, with this wonderful acrylic siding. Oh, this might actually be aluminum. Either way, it was surely brought over here in a shipping container from China.
Ain't no fucking way that's metal, bro.
And might as well just be at the bottom of the ocean. It's got the same thing. Just totally useless, no point. Now, stepping again over to the oaks, right? Now, we got a wonderful array of native mimosoid leguminous trees that thrive and are exceptionally low maintenance and smell wonderful when they flower.
They do all look sad as fuck, bro.
Most of them are flowering right now, but again, that would make too much sense. So instead, what we've
is that a blue healer?
Planted is one of these decrepit, I can't tell what this is. It's an oak. I think it's an oak too. Yeah, it's an oak. It does look like shit.
Kind of looks like one, right? Or is that an Australian Shepherd?
Bag is, you know, the jewel in the crown of depravity right there. Looks marvelous. 10 out of 10. That's a scene if there ever was one. I mean, there's a little bit too much greenery in the background. I can see trees over there. We need to get rid of those. Maybe put in some plastic signs, a billboard for a personal injury attorney, something else to really just lower the bar of intellect and culture so that we all
Yo, this guy is spitting.
all feel like killing ourselves or just, you know, eating yourselves into a coma. I mean, that's what I see when I'm in this landscape. That's what I want to do. I want to start online gambling, doing oxycontins, maybe eating myself into a coma, anything to escape the reality and the bleakness of where I live.
Bro, this guy is 100% raw, unfiltered. This is a straight up 18-minute lecture. Get your fucking notepads out, boys.
I'm gonna leave that back there because this is a work of art at this point. Now you can see Louis enjoying the grass at least, and the bottom of it is dead again because these were built.
Look, a garbage bag tree. Ooh.
Were dug out from a tree farm with a tree spade. Look, they didn't forget the cobbles in the tree wall too. That's nice. That looks great. See, they didn't stop there. They probably spent $10,000 on all of these
Dude, the
hideous.
fucking sharp right angle here is killing me.
Tropical shrubs that again lack hairs or intensive leaf wax. Well, actually, those leaves are a little waxy. It's still going to need irrigation to prevent them from drying out, though. Look at this tree. I said, wow, that is really something else. That thing's dead. Oh, it's a crepe myrtle too. Oh, is it a crepe myrtle? No, it's an oak. It's an oak. I got excited. If it was a crepe, no, it's an ulmus species. Oh, this might even be the native quote cedar elm. But again, down here in South Texas, the cedar elms only really grow close to the river without irrigation, right? Upland areas where more thorn scrub got more of the mimosoid legumes. I got excited. That was a crepe myrtle. That would have been fucking perfect. Crepe myrtles are as bleak as it can get. If this was a crepe, you got to get more crepe myrtles in here. We got to cut that mesquite down too. Cut these mesquites, put in some crepe myrtles, make it as bleak as possible. Oh, God, I want to just oil myself up with olive oil and go lay on that in July. Look at that parking lot. Fucking brutally hot. You don't want tree cover. Whatever you do, you don't want tree cover, okay? We're going for bleak. If you're not on board with bleak, you can't be doing landscaping down here, and you certainly don't belong in any of these.
Yo, if you ain't into bleak, then go jump in the fucking creek.
These shithole developments, okay? Cut this down, cut that down, and we're gonna piss away water. Why don't we just throw some Bermuda, or better yet, St. Augustine in this dirt lot and put an irrigation system there? That's creating jobs, fuckface. Now stepping across the street, let's go botanize this dirt lot. Look, this is available. You could build some.
He says, let's go botanize this dirt lot.
You could purchase this and develop some. I said, wow. Now, walking across the field gives you a real idea of what would be here once you remove the vegetation, okay? We've had a disturbance event, land clearing, and it's so hot that it's, not even anything's really getting established here. We're also in a drought. You could see remnants of Solanum eleagnifolium right there, a relative of tomatoes. It's a wonderful native, but they're even having a hard time getting going because they're just exposed to the hot sun. This is why it's important to keep the natural vegetation here. But again, I don't want to get people thinking too much. I don't want to get them, using common sense because that'll ruin the whole plan we got here. Now you can see what we got.
I love this guy. I don't want them using common sense. It'll ruin the whole plan we got going on here.
These little shrubs poking up. These are actually mesquites, all right? So there were trees here at one point, or the seeds germinated.
I love people who are passionate about anything, bro.
At one point, they were never allowed to get very tall, and they just keep getting mowed over. But if you were to just let that mow, if you were to just stop mowing and let a single shoot, cut all the other shoots, let a single shoot grow up, you'd have a wonderful native tree. You'd have a little mesquite thou forest. Again, that makes too much sense. That would be too much shade. It wouldn't look as hideous as it does now, and we can't do that. That just makes too much sense, right? You're going to cut all those shoots, let one grow, give it a leader, and let that turn into a tree. You don't want a tree on this landscape. Louis, do you want a tree? I don't want a tree here. I like that it looks like shit now. Now, certainly they're going to put, again, they're going to come in here, regrade it, put a pad in, giant asphalt parking lot, 160-degree surface temperatures, lovely. Okay, but these are just the remnant mesquites that just keep getting mowed over whenever they call a landscaping company to come in here and mow this over. This looks like, is this KR blue stem? This is an invasive grass. But, you get a lot of invasive grass. Oh, this is one of my favorites. One of my favorite natives. Again, I almost don't want to show it to you because we're, the theme of today's episode is bleakness, but I'll do it anyway. This is Solanum eleagnifolium, member of the nightshade family, tomato family, potato family. You get those 5 yellow anthers in that white style right down there. You can see it's covered in pubescence, which helps it cope with the drying winds and the heat. And it's great. It's got a tuberous root. It'll get mowed, and then it's got reserves down there in the ground, and that storage mechanism gets a little bit of rain. It'll shoot back up. Maybe it doesn't even need rain because there's probably moisture at depth. couple feet down. Got one of the cool native beetles. I wonder if that's a Euphoria species or what. I don't think that is Euphoria. So there's a beetle with the genus of beetle here named Euphoria. But we can also see those tubes right there. That's the native desert termite, which is responsible for a lot of the nutrient and biomass cycling here. Great to see them. They always seem to do really good, especially when, you know, half the grass is dead because they eat dead grass to begin with. But this is a wonderful plant. It gets a lot of hate as a weed, but it's a native pioneer species. Probably very aggressive overseas and probably would be a really horrible weed on a continent like Australia or the continent of Africa. But here it's it's great. We also got our native Helianthus annuus here, which is a very important pollinator plant that's just a native sunflower, doing really well.
Helianthus anus, dude.
Chemicals that prevent some of the butterflies that use sunflowers.
Post the link. Wait, what? Post this link?
As a host plant from getting established on it. Right? A lot of members of the sunflower family have a very unique chemical profile, which works great as anti-herbivory compounds. But let's step over and look at this convolvulus. I said, wow, wonderful native convolvulus. Again, like that solanum, it's got that minty green color on the leaves because it's got that little coating of pubescence.
It's kind of hot that he knows all the scientific names of everything.
A thin coating of pubescence, morning glory family, convolvulaceae, beautiful white flowers. This is Convolvulus equitans, and it's thriving on the margins of a soon-to-be cleared shithole lot, right? But this looks better. This might be ugly now, but
I love his dog.
Looks better than that's gonna look. I mean, my soul dies whenever I'm around buildings like that. You get me too close, you get me like I'm you know what? The whole time I've been recording this video, I've been dying on the inside. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, get a nice money shot of that convolvulus. Look at that.
Yeah,
white
dude, that's nice.
Tube flowers going for mouth pollination, lepidopteran pollination to actually, you know what? Those stamens are exerted, so there's probably some bees hitting that as well. But generally, you see that white funnel form shape, you think moths. But again, that mint green coating of pubescence from the hairs, which enable it. It's a strategy this plant evolved over millions of years of natural selection in its environment to deal with one of the hottest climates in North America. And certainly, this is one of the hottest climates in North America. Just think of how lovely that asphalt's going to feel once you get the heat island effect going in the peak summer months of July and August, right? This asphalt will never cool down. It heats up to 160 degree surface temperatures, goes about 8 inches deep, and will never really cool down. By the time the sun comes up at 5 a.m. after an evening, this is still going to be probably 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So the whole area just gets hotter, and you've got no tree cover because they planted non-native bullshit and most of it died. Excellent job. I almost want to give this a 10 out of 10, but they could do more on the bleakness. Certainly, if this was a development, like if they had a parking lot here and maybe a billboard, some LED billboards there, and less trees in the background, this would be a 10 out of 10. But right now, this is close. 9 out of 10. Bleak as hell, and good job. Very proud. Let's give them a round of applause. They really did it here. Anyway, that's all I got for you today. We'll check us out next week on another episode of Spiritually Depraved and Misery-Inducing Landscapes in North America. That's all I got. Have a good rest of your day. Go fuck yourself. Bye.
I fucking love this guy. Someone said, the fact there was exactly 0 signs of human life in this video speaks volumes. Bro, as a European, I gotta say, most America looks like a half-empty Gary's Mod map. An AI data center would look great in that empty lot. This man is teaching me that I don't hate enough. Exactly, dude. It really is this serious. Everyone's always like, oh, it's not that serious. Bro, it is this serious. We are surrounded by bleakness. All right, on Wednesday, we might have to watch episode 2. I'll load it up. Okay, but oh, it's already getting late. All right, let's put on John Levi so we can go to bed. Where is it?
Let us check out this. This is the main feature. This channel This channel had a name before, now it's in Chinese. There was a name before, and a great channel. I love these Chinese channels. Love them. China is actually really amazing these days. Like, I didn't know. I thought things were more oppressive. I really did. I didn't know Chinese
Really, John?
could just go run around. I mean, we couldn't even do this. This would be like private property or national park or just off limits. A quarry. And in fact, we're told this was a quarry, and I've shared this quarry in the past and just said, no way is it a quarry. But here, he tells us the story. I only watched, I don't know, like 2 minutes. Not even 2 minutes. It was so good, I just stopped. I wanted to show it to you guys. It's too good. So anyway, let's check out this not Corey. This mind-blowing... Here,
Corey.
he's peeking inside it.
I'm Corey.
He's peeking inside the building. This is so sick. Anyway, thank you for being here this week. I love you all. God bless and welcome. Welcome.
What if they use Project Looking Glass to invent the Revolutionary War? Wait, what do you mean? Like they implanted it, they inceptioned it into our subconsciouses? Yeah, I could see something like that. I mean, I'm convinced that the Revolutionary War and the Civil War and all that shit is literally exactly not how they told us it was.
Okay, let's go maximum screenage. In this channel, I feel bad. His name was like, it was a Chinese name, but I was able to pronounce it. And now I can't see his Chinese name. Why? I was even singing it. I couldn't help it. Well, let me click on it. Let's see. Here we go. Luz Hu Abo. Lu Zhao Bo. Forgive me. I'm trying. Great discoveries all of these Chinese channels make. Here we have a star fort. Here we go. And quite a few views. 114,000 here. Lu Zhao. It's everything. Ooh, I think this is the one we've looked at before. Ooh, here's one we haven't looked at before. So yeah, he's finding all kinds of awesome remnants, pockets of survival, and star forts and everything. Just mind-blowing. I'm gonna subscribe here. I thought I was. So much to discover in China, and apparently it's permissible. Oh, this is so sick. I could look at all of these. So here we go. Okay, so a 1,000-year-old underground palace. Its entrance was smashed open. So originally we're told, I don't know what the name of these are. Let's see if he gives us the name. No one ever expected that the entrance was accidentally struck open by a quarry worker with a single hammer blow. The inside of the palace crisscrosses into secret passages. Intricate traps and deadly mechanisms lurk everywhere. Who could have built such a magnificent project? So it is like a mystery. Even in China, they don't have a story for it. And yeah, it was like a quarry. They tell us it's a quarry. And then they say some guy hit it with a hammer. I mean, this is BS. Nobody was quarrying anything from this. We're told somebody hit it with a hammer up here and revealed this passageway. Unbelievable. There he goes inside. Unbelievable here. This is sick. Look at this. There he goes. And look at this. You see a little entrance here? It almost looks like concrete. It looks like how I've been thinking about building concrete, like ghetto. Instead of just pouring it all at once, I was thinking of just pouring a perimeter, like a foot, having rebar in it, and then again pouring another foot and doing it in phases, like, and that's what this looks like. Anyway, yeah, so many times. Places in Colorado even look like this. I've shown quarries like in the early 1900s, places like this, and underground like this as well. So this is sick. This is like a roof. This is like a building, you see? And it's been cooked. I mean, it's all cooked out, but he's gained access. Here we go. We're told somebody hit it with a hammer. And that's what I mean. This is like really free China. So free. Like freer than America right here. I mean, here he goes. Unbelievable. There he goes. Look at this place. This is so sick.
The fuck?
So sick. This is such a cooked out city. So advanced and so old. Look at this. Like a canal back here or a moat. I don't know. So this is the roof. You must realize. Look at the sections. Look at the concrete. How perfect. No way is this a quarry. And yet this is my theory, of course, is that all quarries are old buildings, star forts. We just use old buildings and crush it back up, add lime to it, and boom, concrete recycled over and over. But now he goes in. I should have the writing. I should be reading this. It's said to be full of secret passages, but again, I think I showed another video recently that reminded me of this. It was a mountain, and this is clearly better. I mean, it's not a mountain. It's so clear from the outside. And yet the inside is just like what we saw with that mountain several videos back. And I think that other one was in China as well, actually. So here, he's come in through the top. I mean, where's the original entrance? It's got to be buried. And this is so Lord of the Rings. And yet this is our reality. This is not Lord of the Rings. This is our reality. Mountains are buildings, and quarries are old buildings. Look at this. This is so crazy. Look at this piece right here. Just look at this chunk. So now I've been thinking of making another concrete slab outside. I could use a lot of them. I mean, when you live in the desert, you wish you had more concrete around, places to park your cars and change your oil and build stuff, and you just wish you had concrete. And this is like a 6-inch chunk. Just a chunk here. Beautiful too. Look at how nobody hit this with a hammer. I mean, what happened? It definitely broke. This piece broke, and this piece is still perfectly intact. This section. Oh, I'm geeking out so hard. This is fun. This is awesome. And here we go. Now he's in. So there's nothing quarry about it. That's what's crazy. And it's so beautiful. Like, it kind of reminds me of like Star Wars at the beginning. They live in these underground homes. I love this. I would love to live in something like this. And who knows? It looks kind of crude and unfinished. Looks like a lot of people have come here. They've made a little makeshift spot, like little stairs. Look how perfect, how absolutely perfect. And from the top, you could absolutely tell it was concrete from the top, poured in sections as a roof. Just sick. A concrete roof, 6 inches thick. But I don't understand, like, were these molds that left this impression? It has kind of a scraped impression, but I don't know. Unbelievable, right? Like, as advanced as, you know, the pyramids.
Maybe it was hands. Maybe it was fingers. Yeah, there's nothing quarry about any of this shit.
Chambers in the pyramids. But this is China, and again, I'm surprised that we're getting this out of China. Like, this is very free. Like, in America, this would be totally confiscated and made like a national park. Little brown...
Dude, literally, everyone needs to understand, America fucking sucks, man. We get the worst of everything. It's a police state, bro. We don't get to explore shit. Pretty much everywhere outside of the country is chill.
Signs everywhere and little wooden ladders everywhere explaining how primitive this is. Just diverting the attention, if they would even allow you to access. This is probably what we had going on in the Grand Canyon, and how the Hopi talk about being brought into an underground city in the Grand Canyon, and this is what it must have been like. But yet really advanced too. It probably had electricity and doors, and in my last video we saw a kitchen, actually, clear as could be. And maybe we'll get such things here, but this is like a mystery. An underground palace. Let's see what he says. So here's an opening. So it looks like it's two people. Somebody's filming him. Look at the thickness of this wall. It's like the thickest wall ever. Okay, here he goes. Pretty amazing. I mean, even he's just blown away by the mass of it. And of course, there probably were windows, and a lot of this stuff is just missing. It's hard to say. I mean, who can explain this? He's saying it's a mystery. He's afraid there might be wild animals in here. So he grabbed this stick. Super free. I mean, this is like my dream to discover something like this in North America. And yet I think it exists. I think they're all over the place. Oops, we have a commercial. Sorry. I think these things exist, but again, we're told they're Native American. This is very similar to Bandeleiras National Park in New Mexico. Again, we're told that is Native American, and they place wooden ladders on the outside. And it just goes on and on and on. Totally a building in ruins, like in absolute ruins. And here we can see kind of slots where like rafters would have gone across for...
Ominous aircraft flying overhead, very, very loud.
For different...
But like really high up.
Levels. A lot of...
It's like rattling.
Grooves that I think would have supported a lot of the infrastructure and metal and wood and glass. I don't think it was all primitive like this. Now eventually if they write a story about it, they will sell it as primitive because it's so old and before our time period, and they just can't have people from the past being more...
Yeah, like this is like finding like in 1,000 years from now, finding all of our basements. Like, there's not going to be a house there. It's going to all be eaten by nature because it's all made out of literal cardboard. And the only thing that's going to be left is the fucking basement cement. It'll be like this. Although that concrete probably doesn't even last that long.
Advanced than we are. So here he's discovered some kind of kitchen or something. Or this could be used to cook. Maybe you set a pot on here. He's saying there's a drainage ditch, so it's like plumbing, and probably there were pipes and metals. I think, again, all the metals have probably incinerated.
It's probably where their fucking Wi-Fi cables were routed and shit.
It's just such an old structure. I think all that would be left is the concrete. We don't often see metals surviving this old reset, this really, really old reset, where giant buildings turned into mountains. And in this case, it's so much better than a mountain. Like, the outside has stayed square, which is super cool. We seldom get that. Usually it's all cooked out and blobous looking on the outside, and then really nice and clearly not natural on the inside. Here we go again with these signs of engineering, like somebody
like slats,
really planned
like
this out to
beams.
perfection. This isn't just random. Super interesting. Again, cooked out, there's some distortion, but there's a lot left. All the metals, though, I think, could just evaporate if they got so hot.
Or there probably
we do
wood
see kind of
beams.
like cooking and smoking here. And metal does. When metal gets hot, it actually turns to smoke. I hate it. I hate metal smoke. When I used to work at the hospital, it seems like I was exposed to more cutting of metal, which would turn to smoke. It has such a horrible smell. I breathed more metal smoke in that 5-year job than probably anybody needs to in their whole life. Horrible. Toxic. Yeah. You get it hot and it smokes. Here we have some Chinese writing. So really interesting, actually. What does he say? So now he's talking about the earth god. I mean, it's written in Chinese. He can read it. Pretty awesome. Look at this room. Again, he's on one floor. It's meant to have another level. This is fascinating. This is almost like a free energy fireplace, actually. This little mantle here. This would have had the tech. This really could be. He's saying worshipped. Of course. I mean, our people would say that too. Worshipping, or even with the Native Americans. Same thing, you know, you see like a hole in the ground and they tell us it's for ceremonies, always for ceremonies or burials, just how it goes with history. This is pretty sick. Like this would have been a closet with 1, 2, 3 levels. We have little nooks in here again. And what does this say? Is this an afterthought? This looks very clean compared to everything else. I could be wrong. It just looks really clean and polished. And what does he say? He's gonna have to read it for us. The legacy of purity and integrity. Let's take a look at the side. Auspicious opening and enduring for generations. The altar hall celebrating the continuation of purity. Anyway, showing that it was like a concrete, that it was cast in here. I don't think this was carved. It looks like so perfect. It's been busted up. You see a busted piece here with some Chinese writing on it. Okay, so you know what? I know what's going on here. Here we go. Ding, ding, ding. Sorry. So this is what it all looked like. It was all perfect and beautiful and absolutely smooth at one point. And they have come in and scraped the piss out of it. Like some kind of tool that just runs grooves. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like they have actually defaced this. And you can see it right here. You can see this chunk that it's fallen off. They have defaced all of this to make it look more primitive. I hope you see what I'm talking about here, because like it stuck out even more. Like they've removed like 6 inches, or as thick as this chunk is right here. They've removed 6 inches of beautiful original covering from this whole place. I think that's the quarry. That's the quarrying part, because this was at one point absolute perfection, as we can see here. And for some reason, they left this. They left this writing and this little shrine. I don't know why.
That probably is the quarry part. It probably was like all filled with gold or something. Who knows?
You can see up here. You can see the scraping. And then as they moved into it, they said, oh, the hell with it. Just leave this part. It's too complicated, perhaps. And he says it's truly incredible, and I agree. I wonder if he's seeing the same thing that I do. Oh, and now he has a story. Now he's telling us this ancient castle was carved by the Yang family. Okay, it's probably good that we didn't listen to all the explanations. Many of these stone slabs are already broken. We don't know where they came from. So you see, the stone slabs are the face. They have removed the face. And you can see the clean face that it once had. And then these chunks, like he says, we don't know where these came from. And I think we do, actually. We do. They have bastardized this place. And it's not just China, it's every nation. Here we go. Now it starts getting clean, you see? It changes, but they've removed so much. They've quarried it from the inside out, and also the outside, I think. And they've almost ruined it. Look at this. Super sketchy. But this is sick. It looks like a construction site at this point. Like you just wander around and different levels. Absolutely impeccable. I don't think we could build something like this today. I mean, we could, but it would be so much concrete and rebar. It'd be interesting to see if there's any metals, but like I said, I don't think metals survive from this time period. And that's how come we see so many holes in stone all throughout the realm. Oftentimes the metals either deteriorate or just get cooked out. Probably both. So this is awesome. Really pleased. Really reminiscent of the last one that I shared. And again, I'd like to take one more look at it from the outside. I think the outside is so important. I mean, we have to appreciate what we're dealing with here. It's an absolutely square building. I wonder if he sends the drone up. Here we go. Where he was going in. Still, I would like to show you the whole thing. We've looked at it in the past, but again, this is an abandoned quarry in Szechuan.
Don't abandon quarry.
So mind-blowing. So let us take a little pause. Okay, let us have some fun here. Let us have...
You got some lamb over rice halal? Ooh, quarried from the inside out. Dang.
Have some fun. So Trump, good old Trump. What did Trump promise us? He promised us a big, beautiful, triumphal arch. Let us appreciate the triumphal arch in Paris. Ah, yes. Such a fine, fine, fine arch. I love this arch, actually. I went to this arch once. I was so blown away.
I've
told
been
the
there.
story before.
It's
I went
huge.
in here, in the arch. Nothing made sense. It didn't make sense then, and it doesn't make sense today. Why? Why such a big arch? This arch could have been half the size, and nobody would have complained. Half the size. Look, it's hard for me to even comprehend this arch. So big. Again, half. Half is just half is huge. Still a big arch. And I went in here, and I had like a little camera, the kind where you have to put film in, and I was just pointing it up here, like inside the arch. I still have the pictures today. Like I wouldn't ever have access to that again. And that's how it felt pre-internet. I was like an archaeologist, photographing the inside of this arch. I could have photographed the outside, but you really can't see the outside. I mean, you'd have to stand really far back. But when you go inside, it slaps you in the face. At least me. Again, I noticed nobody cared. I always feel that way. I'm always geeking out on things, and everyone just walks past me uninterested. Might be the mud flood. Might be some ornaments on a building. Nobody cares. They care to some extent. I mean, everybody came here. Here they are. I mean, what are they really doing? You could see here. Nobody really cares. And that's how it was on that day. None of these people care. I swear I could see it. I could see right now that nobody cares about the arch. I don't know why they're here. They just come to hang out, maybe eat, get out of the sun. These people look like they're kissing. Forgive me. Just wanted to show you an arch real quick. What a real arch looks like. Now, for Trump's arch. Trump's arch. Now Trump is a master builder. Trump has built a lot of buildings in New York, Jersey. And here we go. Ah, yes. Trump's arch. Ah, look at that. Look at his little cute little
I didn't see
arch.
this shit.
What does it have? Plastic on the outside? Vinyl plastic arch? Plastic arch. There we go. There we go. Like a wrapping? Like a temporary vinyl? We couldn't carve? No concrete, no carving? What is this? What is this arch? What is this shit? Unbelievable. Unbelievable garbage. Come on.
Bro, and they want us to think that we built literal fucking temporary, beautiful, pristine state fair cities 100 years ago? What?
A big, beautiful arch? I mean, I saw his words. His words. We were gonna build a big, beautiful arch. This person is great. This person made this video for me. Look at this shit. Knocking on it. It's some kind of a wrap over like probably plywood. It's like a plywood with this cheap vinyl wrapping. There we go. Who's proud of this? What a joke. And here we go again. Here's my point. You know, we're like totally gaslit in this community when it comes to like the world's fairs. I mean, how dare these bastards? Oh yeah, we did this stuff in the 1800s.
Yeah.
And like they tell us this is temporary. This that holds up in the water. Unbelievable.
And
but
then
this is beautiful.
And then now we have vinyl wrapped fucking plastic buildings.
Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, thank you for absolutely proving what a bunch of BS our history is. So this is what they could do in the 1800s for a temporary 1-year event. Just busted it out before power, before bathrooms, and then we get this shit. This is the saddest thing ever, actually. The saddest thing ever.
Bro, truly, this is One of the worst mock-ups I've ever seen. It's got the Statue of Liberty with eagle wings on it. This is crazy.
These are the saddest people under the saddest triumphal arch I have ever seen. It's like the opposite, like the absolute opposite. I don't know, we live like in opposite world. I mean, here at the real arch, at the real deal, nobody gives a shit. Nobody is looking up, nobody's taking a picture, and then here one person cares. One person is just in awe over this arch. This is such garbage. Here we go, we're just getting started. So this Ferris wheel is shit. Let's look at the Chicago Ferris wheel at the World's Fair in the 1800s. So this baby was so big. It was so big, like each little Ferris thing was like a house.
What are we even talking about, bro? This permanent ass giant Ferris wheel.
Like an absolute house. Look at this. Look at this size. It's like a little house. And you could fit like 20 or 30 people in each one. This thing is a monster. Temporary. Again, this is the temporary 1 year Chicago World's Fair. Not even a year. Busting these things out. Busting this whole fair out. Look at the Ferris wheel. Like the oldest Ferris wheel is the grandest. Now let's go back to our pile of shit Trump Ferris wheel. I mean, a joke. You know, I was half excited when I heard him talk about this fair. Half excited. And I wanted to show the tents. So like again, I always say, why in the old world, why all these buildings? These are real buildings. They tell us these are temporary buildings, but no way. I mean, they're fully self-supported, beautiful buildings. And I always say, you know, why so beautiful for temporary? Why not just tents? Why not tents? I mean, today we have fairs with tents. There's no tents here. Nothing is temporary. So that's the absolute gaslighting. Is in the old world, we're told all of this is temporary. And it doesn't look temporary. Nothing could be more permanent. Nothing could be more permanent. Look at this. Look at this place. This is like so beautiful. I just have to stop and appreciate this. I'm always
like literally each statue's different. Look at how ornate all this shit is. Like, miss me with this bullshit.
Humbled, actually. Here I thought I would just blast on through and make my point. Stopped in my tracks. Dead in my tracks here. Come on. This is temporary? No way. No way. This is the best. Now let's go back to our shit. Our pile of dog shit fair. Now this is temporary. Look at this junk. Just a junk fest.
So ass.
This dinky little wheel. Now you can see how small this wheel really is. And the arch. There's the arch right on the other side of the wheel. So stupid. There's the beauty. Here's the old world. And really the World's Fair's buildings look exactly like the Capitol buildings, you see? All the old world Capitol buildings are exactly like the World's Fair buildings. Same style. You can't.
What up with that?
You can't bullshit us.
What
no.
up with that?
This is the real deal. And this stuff out here is a temporary junk fest. Just an absolute junk fest. Here we go again. Just a little look. You know, it's a good example, actually, even today. Like, nobody turned out to this fair. Nobody cared. Look at it. I mean, nobody cares. And even if you did care, it just kind of puts things in perspective today. Like, again, today we should be at the peak of advancement. I mean, we have airplanes and automobiles. And yet, could you just take off and go to Washington for this fair? I mean, it's a lame fair. But yeah, we're told that people in the 1800s just went out to these fairs in horse and wagon. I don't think so. And you can see my point. It would be difficult to go to the fair today. It would be hard for me to go to the fair, even if I was flying or certainly driving a car. I mean, driving a car kind of puts things in perspective. Like, that would be a pain in the ass. And certainly going by horse and wagon would be an absolute pain in the ass. So let's look at something else. Pause. So I want to look at Venezuela, actually. A little Venezuela action. Really sad. Let's pray for the people. And this here I'm looking at fires, wildfires in Utah. So wild, again, that they don't burn the trees, but turn the buildings into powder, including the bathtubs and toilets. Powdered toilets. Enough time to turn the toilet into powder, but yet not incinerate the trees? I mean, these trees should be absolutely gone. Why don't they do the same thing that these houses do, including all the metals in the houses, including the porcelain? Porcelain is pretty nuts. But yeah, look at this. Green trees surviving here in a cooked out building back there. Totally normal, of course. But now let us look at poor Venezuela again. You know, they're saying 1,000 people are gone, but realistically, it's gonna be like 50,000 people. They say 50,000 people are missing, and unfortunately, I think they're not missing. They're gone. Powder. And this is really interesting. I mean, it's horrible, and yet to see what a building could look like, flattened levels, I think it gives us an idea of what we're seeing with old archaeological sites, old ruins. Sometimes we try to make sense, and yet we just can't make any sense, and it's because we're not seeing the whole picture. I mean, these were buildings here. These were buildings. In fact, they looked exactly like the ones next to them. Like these looked like this one right here. Now flat. Now just pushed over like a house of cards. Here's a top view again. Just pushed over. Pushed over and flattened. And I don't know. I don't know. Here I've punched in Venezuela earthquake on X, and they're showing this on the news, I think, in perhaps Venezuela. And I don't know if this is true. I don't know. How could I? Is this legit? This is nuts, actually. I didn't think that I was going to show something like this. And again, I can't verify this. Can't verify it. This is like in Spanish. Pretty nuts.
Kind of looks like
That is so nuts. I don't know. That doesn't look legit at all. But this is from John F. Kennedy Jr. And yet it is pretty unusual. I'm not saying it was some kind of lasers and UFOs, but pretty nuts. Pretty damn crazy, actually. Here's a look at a gym. 7.5 is pretty huge. This person's just gonna keep working out right here. Just one person is like, I'm not leaving this gym. That's crazy. I don't know. I don't know how much I can trust any video footage these days. It's really sketchy. But this is pretty unbelievable. I mean, this looks legit, like a traffic cam. I mean, these people, can you imagine you're just sitting in here, just sitting in your house? You don't have much time. Like, you have to get out now. And here's like a whole family, not even dressed. And when you see the condition of these buildings, I mean, some people at least could get out. At least the building stayed in one piece. But those other people, like this, nowhere to go.
What a nightmare.
There's nowhere to go. You're just done. If your building is flattened like this, and there is so much that is flattened like this. Really beautiful place, actually. More beautiful than I knew. It's a shame. Here we go. Look at the separating, and looking like the cracks that we just saw in the building in China. That's still open?
Yeah, literally.
Yes, let me show you here. So I want to show you, I especially noticed it at the end here. Here we go. And I was like, what are these? Oh, a commercial. Sorry, hold on. So here we go. Look at this crackage. You see the crackage? Same thing. Same. Here again. Crackage right through the floor I was noticing earlier. And this is exactly what we're seeing here. These are like concrete buildings. In fact, some of them were brick. A lot of them were brick. And I've been wanting to do a little deep dive into the old world and just what kind of buildings exist in
We're
Venezuela.
watching John Levi.
I pray. I don't know. That's all I can do.
He's talking about, you know, talking about Old world.
All of us have something. All of us have some kind of extreme
Dude, John Levi's fucking Twitter is telling him to follow Hillary Clinton.
something that can happen. I think nobody is immune to this. Here again, we can see those same buildings we were looking at earlier, and just much, much more. And my point was that if it was just left alone, trees begin to grow on it. After a while, it's very confusing and unrecognizable. Now, of course, they won't leave everything like this. They'll end up scraping it all up and rebuilding. It's really like a
Smart city.
interesting study of people as well. I mean, here's this scene here. Here's a child, and it looks like another child sitting at a table. Suddenly the earthquake happens, and immediately it's like somebody is going to come and grab this child, and nobody is going to care about this person. And this person will not even care about this person, which is really interesting. Maybe they're mentally challenged. Watch this. Here we go.
That's an adult.
Now, grab the child.
Isn't it?
Everybody runs out. This person's just sitting here. They don't even think about getting out. And now somebody has come back for them. Here we go. Very sad. They must be mentally challenged or something.
Uh-oh.
And now they've all come back in. But yeah, you have to be quick. Once I was in a tornado in Salt Lake City, and I thought I was going to die. I really did. I totally thought I was gonna die. And in fact, one person died, and I was right next to him. I mean, I didn't see it happen. In fact, that person was in one of these stupid tents, these temporary tent structures that they built. They built these tents for I don't know what. And I was parked right next to a building called the Triad Center. In fact, the Triad Center saved my life. Here. I was exactly here. So this building is the Triad Center where my pointer is. And here across the street from the Triad Center is the temporary shitty tents. This one got destroyed here. This one survived. And my truck, how interesting. I wonder if I could see my truck. No, I'm behind the Triad Center. Again, I was saved. I would have been gone by then. Anyway, I pulled up and we all were stopped at this light. Suddenly a tornado came ripping through, and I was protected by this building, this Triad Center, and I was faring better than everyone else who was on the other side of the street. We were getting blasted in this hotel. This Wyndham was getting blasted. All the windows busted out of it, shredded this tent. The person that died was in this tent. And yeah, there's not supposed to be tornadoes in Salt Lake. Very unusual, and again, I thought I was gonna die. Here's the Triad
Weather machine
Center. They're like these golden buildings. So you see, it knocked over these trucks, destroyed all these vehicles. It was grace of God that I was behind this building. And out here, look how horrible. Everything got shredded. I would have died. Well, I don't know. It's amazing that only one person died. And hopefully it's the same thing with these people in Venezuela. Hopefully it just looks a lot worse. But I don't know. The scale is so much bigger. A tornado is just like a small pinprick in comparison. This was shaking the entire city. Everyone was affected by this. So
Yeah,
I
dude.
think I'll end it here.
Earthquakes, not into them. Don't like them. Tornadoes, they can go get fucked too.
I don't know. Be safe
Lava storms, not my thing.
out there. I love you all. God bless. And I'll see you next week.
Fuck yeah. Alright, boys, here we go. It's time for bed. They have tornadoes in Utah? Yeah, bro. Now they did. Thanks for hanging. Tyler Robinson, we're gonna break you out of jail, buddy. We know you didn't do it, just like the FBI knows, and Erica Kirk knows, because Erica Kirk actually pulled the trigger. Weather's gonna keep getting worse until we all get fried in 2045. Getting fried in 2045. Ooh, I hope my fucking brain is rotted out of my head by then and I'm not even conscious anymore. Or I hope that we won. But yeah, if we don't, bro, rot my brain out. Please, someone vaporize it. I want to be a living brain transplant patient. And don't replace mine with a new one. Just take it. Take it out. Don't need it. Over it. Know what I'm saying? Here's to you, Tyler Robinson. Jesus loves you more than you will know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Breathe in. Now here's to you, Tyler Robinson. Breathe out. Breathe in. And out. Alrighty, boys. Close your eyes and take a deep breath in. And gently let it go. Feel your body becoming just a little heavier. The day is finished. You don't have to carry it anymore. Imagine you're lying on a patch of soft moss in an ancient forest. The earth beneath you is warm, not because it's burning, because it's alive. You can almost feel a quiet heartbeat beneath the soil. Roots stretching for miles, water flowing through stone, mycelium weaving invisible threads beneath every tree. Everything connected, everything sharing. Take another slow breath in. And as you inhale, imagine the trees breathing in with you. And as you exhale, imagine the forest breathing out. There is no separation. For a brief moment, your breath becomes the earth's breath. Now imagine placing one hand gently on the ground. Silently thank the earth. For every meal, every sunrise, every bird song, every mountain, every river, every friend. Speaking of friends, what kind of smell? Bro, someone needs to groom the groomer. Stinky boy. And every chance you've ever been given to begin again, take one final deep breath. And as you exhale, imagine planting one tiny seed. Not in the soil, but in yourself. Nice. A seed of curiosity. A seed of compassion. A seed of courage. You don't have to force it to grow. Simply give it light. Give it water. And give it time. Nature already knows what to do. So one last breath in. And slowly let it go. Sleep deeply, wake gently, and take care of one another. Take care of this beautiful living world. Good night, Nitwitchlings. We will see you on Wednesday. Yeah.
Cities that we occupy, the ruins of a past people that they are hastily destroying in real time.
It always gets to 10:30 very fast.
Destruction of the old brick buildings. Yes, many of them have been deemed historical.
They be speeding up
silly
time,
to
boys. Speeding time up. It's going faster, faster. They're speeding time up. They a bunch of little cuck boys. Speeding time up. We don't give a fuck.
I see myself in the silhouette of the sunset. Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapsed bunk beds. But this cut's never gonna heal. If I keep investigating the cause, it'll just increase the infection rate. When it's left to wait in the gauze, press play and then press pause. I'll find my place where I left off against all betting odds. In one ear and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot. I'll keep my head high when it gets dark. But never better off, just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck what they tell the cops.
Savannah, we need to speak with you.
The great fire of every city.
Yo, Savannah. Come on, girl. We got a couple questions for you. If you could, if you could entertain us.
I'm recursive cat dad
Model version number 420-69.
Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust. Seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's
Time to screw stuff up, bang.
My stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. And our Uncle Paul, the domestic terrorist, and Aunt Deb, the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took. We just want our memory.
Yeah.
Great fire of every city.
We're coming for you, Paul.
Truth wasn't lost in a book. Justice not been taught.
All cops to jail. I like that. Our guns. Our time. Our life. Our powers. Our fun.
War paint is lead-based.
Lead-based.
In your face like a
Head case.
You'll never save the day.
No.
You learn to meditate in place. Never
Yeah.
raise the stakes and make the same mistakes. Go
Idaho, leave them all in a vegetative state. Yeah.
Infiltrated the jail snakes will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self. Escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk. But I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks.
You're welcome, Paul. No, you're welcome, Paul. All right, boys. That's it for tonight. No show tomorrow. See ya on Wednesday. Wednesday. Oh yeah, bitch. Love y'all. Behave. Stay safe. What we weave becomes cause